but it's a great pleasure to see you all here and invite you to a discussion on social aspects of technological innovation. In today's world, where technological innovation advances at an unprecedented pace, we often find ourselves captivated by the possibilities of what can be achieved. However, we must not forget the crucial question of what should be achieved and how these advancements will impact the individuals and society as a whole. The success of any technology, no matter how groundbreaking, hinges not only on its technical brilliance, but also on its social acceptance and integration into society. This is where the vital role of social and psychological research comes into play. Understanding the human element is key. Consider the complexities of developing and deploying life-saving vaccines. While vaccines represent the triumph of medical science, their actual effectiveness depends not only on their technical brilliance again, but also on its acceptance among the society and public trust. Vaccine hesitancy that is fueled by misinformation and by underlying motives such as national narcissism can hinder the vaccine, even the most meticulously engineered, and undermine efforts to combat infectious diseases. Or take the example of antibiotics and challenges posed and challenges to combating antimicrobial resistance. While antibiotics revolutionized the modern healthcare, again, their misuse and overuse has posed a critical threat to global health. Addressing this crisis will require not only developing new antibiotic, but also understanding social, motivational, and behavioral factors that contribute to inappropriate antibiotic use. These examples demonstrating that understanding the human factor, the psychological and social dimensions of technological adoption are of paramount importance. We need to go beyond simply developing new technologies and delve into motivations, anxieties, and cultural contexts that underlie adoption and acceptance of new technologies. To achieve this, we must champion a critical shift in our approach to research funding. In the era of disinformation, it is no longer possible to engage only in development of new technologies, of technical aspects of innovation. We must prioritize and significantly increase the funding for social and psychological research embedded within the innovation process. And this means first dedicating resources to understanding the social and ethical implications of new technologies. This includes exploring potential biases both within the new technologies and within human minds in their attitudes toward new technologies, ensuring equitable access and addressing a rising concern of research security and privacy. Second, this means mandating the inclusion of social scientists into interdisciplinary research teams. From the very initial design phase to implementation to evaluation, social sciences and humanities perspectives need to be integrated into the innovation process. Third, this means creating dedicated funding streams for research that explores the psychological and social factors influencing technology adoption and technology acceptance. This will enable us to anticipate challenges and threats and develop effective communication strategies. By investing in social and psychological research, we can anticipate and mitigate potential risks and threats. Understanding public concerns and developing strategies to address them proactively can prevent social resistance and improve social readiness. Open communication and engagement with the public from the very start of the design phase of the design process can foster understanding and confidence in new technologies among the public. But let us not just pay the lip service to the importance of human factors. Let us advocate for a significant investment in social and psychological research, ensuring that it is woven in the fabric of innovation process. By understanding the human element, we can create a future where progress is not only transformative, but also beneficial for us all. And today we would like to engage you in the conversation on how to shape the future of innovation. How can we design data-driven technologies that can create with value without causing distractions and displacements? We will explore the ethical implications of Professor Speed's thought-provoking prototypes and discuss how to sensitize ourselves to the potential consequences of our own creations. What are the prospects and opportunities for developing impactful technologies that truly benefit society? How can we best educate and empower individuals to navigate the complexities of emerging technologies like AI and automation? We will explore these factors influencing public acceptance and social readiness to adopt new technologies. How can we foster a culture of responsible data sharing while safeguarding individual freedoms? Let's grapple with this tension between convenience and control in our increasingly data-driven societies. And what are the most effective ways to promote cross-sector collaborations and ensure that diverse voices are embedded in the innovation process? We will analyze both the opportunities and the barriers to cross-sector collaboration and how to enable communication between sectors. Finally, we will review some compelling case studies that provide diverse perspectives, enriching our understanding of how social and psychological factors can contribute to responsible technological development. I do hope that this conference will be a springboard for action, moving us beyond simply discussing the role of the human factor to moving us to actively shaping the future of responsible social innovation. I wish us all a great day discussing these factors. Thank you.
Right, good morning, you lovely people. It's so nice to see you all here. Well, I think it's really important to actually say that it was Professor Aleksandra Cisłak-Wójcik, who's the Vice Rector for Science at the SWPS University. Thank you so much for your welcome, and thank you for being here with us. Right, I am Dr. Patricia Sosnowska-Buxton. I am based at the University in Stavanger, in Norway, and I'll be running this conference today. I'll be strict with time, so if you get the glare, it's time to stop talking. Right, so it's my greatest pleasure to welcome Professor Chris Speed, who's a professor of design for regenerative futures at the RMIT in Melbourne, who is going to do a really interesting and riveting and unusual keynote. So please give him your warm welcome. Thank you.
Thanks, Patricia. Thanks, everyone. So look, last time I did a talk in Poland, it went really badly. Really badly. So I'm really, that little bit of warmth, did you hear it? A little bit of warmth in the room. It's warm because we're going to have some fun. It's going to get challenging, I hope, but that's kind of the point set up by the introduction that, again, we're treading two very complicated ways of knowing the world now. One which is entirely representational through data, where we struggle, but we're entirely addicted and bound. And on the other hand, we know the world through touching, sensing, being in the world. And the two, well, in theory, we find some moments of harmony, but we also find a great deal of moments when it falls apart. And it's going to get worse, I'm afraid. So, yeah, I'm from Royal Melbourne Institute of Technology in Melbourne. I've just landed there, actually. This is my month 11 in that particular Big Brother house. I was 15 years at the University of Edinburgh, where I led something called Design Informatics. I'm a designer by trade and fascinated in the way we think about human data interactions. And that's where I come to this complication, because that relationship gets very messy when we think about the social sciences, the ethics, the materiality, the provenance of things, the memory, the meaning of things, in contrast and in contestation with the computer science colleagues, the data scientists, who were very reductionist in the way that they could represent the world. Much of the prototypes I'm going to show you are entirely collaborative. Many of these teams are mixtures of threes, where you'll have a social scientist, a developer, engineer, and a designer. The designer always pushing forward, and the social scientist saying, whoa, we're not doing that today. That's just unethical. And then an engineer somewhere caught in between, trying to be good. But goodness is very relative in an interdisciplinary context. This matters. I think this is our work, your work. The next 15, 20 years, the lives of your children, your partner, your pets, are predicated on a really challenging series of turns. This is a European image. It's the X-curve. I'm sure you're aware that if you follow the red lines, you'll identify with many forms of breakdown. They might be, if you don't mind me saying, personal, but I guarantee they're universities. I guarantee they're huge parts of healthcare systems, welfare systems that we established through the 20th century. Most of them, of course, when people throw this up, is the transition to a clean economy, or possibly, in the word we use, a regenerative, because sustainable is out. If you want to sustain this relies on a degenerative culture. The extraction involved, the energy, the cloud, the water. We can't balance the books. And you can't wait for fusion to solve your problems. That's just not really appropriate. So we've got a huge amount of challenges, and along that red line, we're going to see increasing breakdowns. Hopefully we stay away from chaos, because we've got experimentation and the acceleration of radical, playful, deeply responsible ideas. But this is our work. So I want to tell you about the complication then. The complication I'm going to present to you, which I want to place you in the world with. Hence the props. I'm going to ask you to be material. I don't want just pixels. I want a story that works to their complication, that feels material, becomes meaningful for all of you. But we'll get to that. The little story is that way back in May, I worked with Arup, huge engineering organization, and Victoria State and the city of Melbourne to explore a hackathon, really simple. And we had 80 students working over the weekend, eating pizza, having a great time. And the proposition was simply, how do you move to a regenerative city? What are the clues? And we gave them 40 data sets. We scoured so many data sets. We made it very open. And then halfway through the weekend, one student just simply said, but we can't design, Chris, a different future if the data sets that you've given us only describe the present as it already is. All the data sets we'd given them support developers, engineers, accountants, speculators, prospectors to replicate the world. There are no regenerative data sets in the data sets that we're capturing. So every data set we have, every data set we gave to the student, missed huge amounts of voices. You couldn't hear the voices of people, of animals, of the world, of ecology. You only had the data sets we have in the world at the moment. Data sets that we have don't allow us to change our journey on that curve. That's the complication. Of course, McLuhan is very glib about this, that we present we look at the present through the rearview mirror, but this was absolutely the moment the students perceived. They couldn't create or co-create outside of the history of all the data sets that you and I have. Of course, people like Shannon Valler take it a little bit further, because now we're amidst a data-driven economy, a data-driven society, data-driven cultures. When AI systems replicate and expose, as they do so often, the powerful patterns of human exclusion, discrimination and cruelty embedded in our own data, it's all of our data. The AI is not something from this outer world. It's all of our data played back to us. And we're not seeing a machine spontaneously form racist or sexist or ableist intentions. we are seeing electronic ghosts of our own injustice and cruelty. Reanimated in software, we're not being oppressed by a new inhuman mechanical evil, we're being haunted by our own ghosts. So this is the complication for the day. But what do you do? What do we do? How do we get out of the X-curve if every piece of data we ever have perpetuates the journey along that curve? Way back in the 50s, Firth introduced this really beautiful phrase. It's entirely philosophical in a linguistic sense, which you can't see it. It says, you shall know a word by the company it keeps. Now, what he's really talking about is a kind of, in some ways, if you've done literary theory, you'll know that we move through structuralism, through post-structuralism, into quite sophisticated ways of knowing how language cuts, opens, and performs forms of agency. But at the time, it became a useful way to kickstart the AI turn. What you're looking at now is me hacking ChatGPT. All I've done is insisted that ChatGPT does not use the words that are in that paragraph. And I said, you've got to cancel ghost. You cannot use. And it rewrites it quite well. Every time you get a new story. So it's got phantom. It's moved through spectre. And now it's on to apparition. It's done spectre, apparition, and it's gone back to apparition. That's simply because when you work with an AI system, it will invent the many words around the vectors that allow it to offer you the company it keeps. And it will keep offering until it says, I'm really sorry, I can't do that anymore, I'm going back. That's the edges of the database, folks. The large language model cannot reframe the context, the theory, the imagination. It just takes you through how we know the world. 3 weeks ago, this popped up on Reddit, which is, again, reiterating this idea. And I'll challenge you later, have a go in DALL-E or Midjourney. You can't make an AI image generator fill a full glass of wine. You can't do it. It won't do it. It refuses. And I won't play the entire video, but I spent half an hour trying to get the damn Midjourney, just give me a glass of wine that's full. It won't do it. And you know why it won't do it, because we've never taken photographs of wine that is full. We never do it. So it's never going to play that back to us. It's not that imaginative. It's not going to get us up the X-curve if suddenly we want to think about different futures. The mirror is complete. So when you think about AI, it's not this thing that is going to somehow save us. It's not this thing which is radically out there. It's us. And it's hugely challenging if the social scientists are aware of all the things we've done to bring about where we are on the X-curve. But do try that. Of course, it means in some ways, I play this little video. Let's see if it's working. What does it mean about the world we've created then? Does it mean that every mall is known by the company? Of course it does. You've been every mall you've ever been to is increasingly owned by 3 mall owners, and every shop in it looks the same. Some will have bought the Stradivarius license, others have bought H&M license. And they're just collections. But when it gets to the other worlds, the worlds where we find joy, nature, more than humans, well, suddenly are we training, the systems are going to train us very well to know what a field becomes like. And of course, that's not just human. That's millions of species being classified because we're trained through the use of these systems. So the complication. Here we go. This is where we get into this. We are bound by our habits, and Gen AI is allowing us to see them. That's what's going on, folks. Don't lean into it because of radical innovations. You're just playing back. It's brilliant at organizing those prejudices. It's really good. But it's just playing back. It is a mirror, as Shannon Valler calls it. As well as revealing our prejudice, it also reveals our habits and how unimaginative, how very destructive we are, because we're just going to play it back again. So the challenge for this morning, should you choose to take it, is how do we shift toward a truly co-creative condition through a data-driven society? Do we have glasses full, or do we stay with a glass half full? So let's just stay with it for a while. Now, did I jump forward? So we may as well, again, actualize this. And if someone's got an Instagram account, I need you to take a photograph, because I need you to spoil the data set. Not a single drop. The technician's terrified. He's got entire whites in his eyes. So what do? Do we just drink wine like this? Or do you stay? It's awful drinking wine like that. It's really fucking hard. So what do? Do we stay within the mirror of ourselves? Or we try and step away? Should we drink like that? And will you build a contract with me to drink like that or drink just tiny amounts? Because if we keep repeating, we're just going to get the same. And I don't know where I stand on this, because actually I can't drink from glasses like that. So what do? What's right in those histories and what's wrong when they create futures? So I need to make this even more material for you. I need to make it matter, because no one's jumped up and grabbed the wine. You wait till later until you find another appropriate place and time to have wine. Of course you will. That's what we do. It's what we've always done. So I want to talk about money. Money's fascinating. And if we talk about Jessup and the way it constructs economic imaginaries, Jessup at Lancaster builds, I think, a really helpful way of knowing the world through imaginaries. On the left, we have sedimented meaning through the use of money. Money in our hands, whether it's on your phone, whether it's in your hand, it begins to allow us to afford things. Some of you can get a taxi this morning, some of you get the tram, some of you walk, and you do it for different reasons, different forms of value, and you create that value, but it's still predicated on knowing the world through the money in your bank accounts. You don't suddenly make decisions to get a helicopter to the conference. That's not in many of your imaginations. Some people, believe it or not, have that in their range of possibility. On the right, though, is the structured idea of knowing the world, whether you think, wherever you grew up, that is an imaginary which allows the middle the opportunity to get the taxi possible. So I rarely get taxis in London, and as a kid it really was very rare. My family weren't particularly rich, so taxis were seen as luxury, absolute luxury in the UK. They were seen as stuff of very wealthy people, possibly the monarchy. So my imaginary is constructed through the compossibility of these two interactions, how I make sense of the world through buying things, and then how I think of the UK economy, or wherever I grow up. Now, having said that, things are changing fast, because actually many of us grew up with the idea that the place that holds that money, the interface, whether it's the app or the statements, remember the paper statements? We had to manage the world with monthly statements. Now you're doing it by the second. It's extraordinary. Because now banks don't hold your money. And you don't. They really don't hold your money. Banks just hold your data. So in some ways, money becomes this extraordinary opportunity now to materialize the imaginations of what your data-driven society slips into your hand. Of course, the challenge at the moment is that you are forgetting what it's like to hold it. You simply, and you don't have change. Has anyone got any change on them? Some fantastic one. You get a gold. I'll give you the wine later. Gold star. So I'm really interested in this stuff today. The coin as a datum. And I'm going to ask you to do some work with me today by adding further data to that datum. At the moment, it's a single piece of metal, but we're going to do some work with it. Of course, we think about the room. We're going to build a data set together, because I'm going to do something rather peculiar, which is give out 500 zloty. And you don't go to many keynotes who just give away money. But I care deeply about how you do or don't care about the future of data, where you choose to pass it. So I'm going to show you some projects and try and make sense of this. The past of data then. This is going back to 2010. We had a large UK grant, which is very, very simple at the time, to simply add qualitative data to objects. And we use QR codes, RFID tags, and all of these people here simply were invited to offer a memory of an object they deeply cared about. And once that object was tagged, we shot a video, we maybe had sound, or they just wrote a story if they prefer not to feature in it at all. And then we load it up into a database, and for a long time you could click on any object with a QR code, and it would take you to not just the price, but it would take you to the memory. And we had some amazing, beautiful stories. The biggest breakthrough was working in an Oxfam shop, a volunteer shop, in the middle of Manchester, where people, a week before an exhibition, gave us 100 objects, but they gave us memories as well. and the week later, we simply sold the objects with memories. So what you're seeing is the early iPhone 3, someone just scanning the QR code, listening. And of course, it created value. It changed value completely. The speakers in the shop even played some of the stories. And of course, all of those stories changed what you were holding. Some of them created value.
I met a boy.
There's a young woman talking about a jumper that she met at a boy at a party, and the relationship went wrong, and her jumper, the jersey, is now haunted with the end of relationships. It didn't sell. So again, data changes value creation, up or down. Let's see what's going to happen now. We then, Oxfam discovered it made a lot of money from that, though. So we took the project to Selfridges in the middle of London, and again, we sold, and celebrities starting to give all away their second-hand clothes. And of course, the celebrity tag, thank you very much, I've got water, I've got wine. Celebrity boost the value entirely. So I don't know, anyone remember Annie Lennox? Did anyone remember? Good. The guys at the back saying, who the hell is Annie Lennox? This is Annie Lennox. Oops, sorry. Let's see if Annie plays.
Hi, I'm Annie Lennox, and I'm donating this rather interesting, fabulous, unique dress, which I actually wore to a rather splendid occasion, which happened to be Nelson Mandela's 90th birthday party at Hyde Park in London. So if you buy this and wear it, that's what you can tell your friends.
So I bought that. It's an Annie Lennox dress. If you Google Annie and Nelson Mandela, you'll find, and she's hugging Will Smith. She's hugging all these superstars, and it's estimated to be a £30 second-hand dress, Ted Baker dress. I had to buy it for £170. So it went through the roof. It's a substantial boost. And of course, that was the moment Oxfam wanted to co-create value up. But it does go down. If you add the wrong memory, it goes the other direction. Let's see if I can. So we're going to do a little bit of work now. I've given out 500 zloty in the room. So just on the end of your aisle, I want you to take part now, and I want you to tag the work. So what you're going to do is you're going to take a 5 zloty. So just to your right arm in the aisle, you'll find a pot. Inside the pot, you'll find, I think, at least 8 5 zloty coins. Please take a coin each. You also need a sticker. So inside there, you'll find a sticker. And what all I want you to do is take a sticker, and I don't want any of this money back. I don't want it back. This is the contract. You need to send that coin into the world. I don't know who you give it to, what you buy, it's up to you. There's more coins than people. So if you need to take 2 or 3 to buy your wine, take it, it's fine. What I want you to do, though, is add historical data to it that might change its value. So you could add, it was once in David Bowie's pocket. No one can disprove you, but does it change it? So I want you to add some historical data. So use the sticker, use the pen, and simply write something where you think adds value or insight to that coin. And then we're going to put it on the side, and we're going to spend that in Krakow later. All right, and it's going to go into circulation. And we're not going to tell the police or the authorities, because defacing coins is illegal. But I didn't say that, so they're never going to find out. What will you add? I need you to add historical data. Where has it come from? How has it changed? Because it's come from some different place. I'm watching it. I was a school teacher once, so if I see anyone not writing now, I'm thinking, what are you doing? You should be working. You should get on with the work. You need, there you go. Their heads down. So what do you add which changes? And of course, what you're doing is changing the future of that money by adding a story from the past. But it's performative. That social, that qualitative data just changes where it goes. Are you all right? Okay, and then rub it on. Make it stick. You'll have to really rub it on. It's amazing that I think it's Officeworks produce stickers for zlotys. It's incredible. It's like, wow, it was all planned. Right, I'm going to keep going, and you're doing that. You can take your time. So now that was the past of data, how it creates value and it could destroy value. You'll be very, very aware in the data sets when historical data will destroy relations. It will destroy value. But let's look at present of data. We developed a series of works that used conditional giving. They used smart contracts. So increasingly, these particular pieces, these datums, now they're data because they're plural, it's very hard to add conditional, any strings connected to that. In some ways, you're adding a little bit. If you've just added something which someone else finds offensive, clearly you're beginning to make it less fungible. All right? You're making it non-fungible because someone might say, oh, I don't like Britney Spears. That's worse, that's lower in value. So we wanted to do that electronically. So what you're looking at now, and John, oops, Daisy, sorry. If it will play. Is a smart contract. And smart contracts arrived. This is Jonathan. He's put a £1 coin inside our seismic seesaw, and he's going to press the button. The machine is actually on the internet. It's checking for earthquakes that take place in 5 minutes. If there's an earthquake anywhere on the planet, and it's checking databases, that cog in the middle will turn to the right, and it'll give the money to Oxfam. If there's no earthquake in 5 minutes, you get your money back. And on this occasion, there was no earthquake in 5 minutes. So that's a non-fungible relationship. That's a smart contract. Strings attached to money. And that's what you've just done. You've technically just added some conditions to that money, which changes its value. It changes its currency. Currency and money are to do with how they flow. It will not flow as fast because you've added a story. You've added some data, rather like a smart contract. Let's see if it jumps. So we extended that even further. We began to use smart contracts in conditional giving. So this was a test for an app with Oxfam, and we turned it into a full-blown app. I'll show you the final app in a minute. What you're seeing now is that, well, Oxfam's problem was people don't care about giving. You've stopped giving. Sometimes you've stopped giving because the circumstances are man-made. The war in Syria, you didn't give any money away, because it wasn't a natural disaster. However, earthquakes are a natural disaster. So what you're seeing here, someone is choosing, if I put money into the Oxfam system and an earthquake takes place in those regions, I will give a maximum of $5. But I'll make it gradual. Every time there's an earthquake, in, say, 5 days, I'll give out 50 cents. This is Australian dollars. But I'll do it over, what have I done, 3 days. And once that's sealed, what you'll find then is a news feed. So this is me. I signed another contract. It's now baked in. And that, at this point, it was using the blockchain, but we ditched the blockchain. But this is what happened. So over those 3 days, after sealing and cooling off period, I then just got news. You probably can't read it. So there's an earthquake in the United States of America, in the Philippines, 2 in the Philippines, 1 in New Zealand, another in Russian Federation again, and every time you get that data, the money goes straight out. It's waiting in escrow to literally do good in the world, as opposed to someone saying, there's been an earthquake, you need to give. And then you waiting on the moral conditions, oh, well, if there's an earthquake in the UK, who cares? I know that's how you feel about the UK. If there's an earthquake in Poland, it really matters. You don't get to choose. It's earthquakes, folks. It's lives. So trying to play with how we create the value, and when you make moral judgments that destroy value, are we just making this too complicated? And do we lean into the machines to help us make these moral decisions? So that little test there became Oxfam If Then Give. So it's live in Australia, and people now are using it. We get barriers. Some of the evidence, the empirical findings say that some people can't cope. They don't want the news feed to find out there is too many earthquakes. If you set the threshold really low, there's earthquakes all the time, and they didn't want to know. Other people found it fascinating. There's a whole bunch of different contracts you can have. Climate crisis, they sell vast amounts of coal. The biggest coal exporter is out of Newcastle, just north of Sydney. So every time a boat leaves, again, money goes out to compensate. So we're trying to find the things that you've just done with money. More recently, we've also tried to make it further more personal because, as I say, you've left cash behind to only think about this type of stuff. Now, that's pixels, of course, but when you use your phones, again, your card has become dematerialized, and that too has become pixels. So recently, we've begun to question what we're doing. Is it in actual fact that what you've just done there is money laundering? Because rather than washing money out, you've actually washed values in to that coin. So it's reverse money laundering for sure, but is this our responsibility to hold back the idea that we can clean values out? So in this little example, we started to launder money literally on people's bank accounts. So what you'll see here is we have a Square device, little Bluetooth devices. We invite people with a credit card and they simply tap the device. On the right, you'll see there's a stack of dirty money. Someone's just tapped it, so a little red has gone in. But until someone tweets goodness in the world, which is hashtag climate action, we won't wash their money for them. So we hold the escrow, and in this moment, there's a tweet, so we've washed it. And they get their money back instantly. So we're just trying to wash money in as though data laundering, money laundering, is probably how we attach social, ethical values to the things that matter. It's a bit of a leap of imagination, isn't it? What we then did is, if you then review in your bank account almost instantly, you'll see hashtag climate action. So you get your money back, we've added a hashtag that says, this is good money. The rest of the other money from Starbucks, well, we'll hope that you learn better not to spend at Starbucks. So trying to figure out, what do we do with this stuff? Currency, it's data, and are we going to use good data or bad data? Okay, so the future of data then. Staying with this particular trouble, what we're really into now is this growing intersection between AI, data-driven systems. As you get caught, none of you are, one person is using cash in the room. The rest of you entirely using data-driven systems. None of you have change to give away anymore. You're just using the data-driven systems. So you've tipped your balance to something. What we've tried to do then is make a couple of machines that invite you back in, but we put the machines in a bit more control. This is the Bit Barista. It's a Bitcoin coffee machine. Now it uses ethical coins, so it's less carbon burning. But what it does is it looks like a coffee machine, and our engineer here can get coffee. Actually, what it is a voting machine, because when he wants the coffee in that moment, so we're going to ask him a question: where would you like the next set of coffee beans that this machine buys from? And he's a scumbag. He chose cheap. Did you see that? Cheap beans. I'll show you a slide later. He gets what he wants, but actually what's really going on in the compulsion for coffee, he's not making very good ethical decisions. So if I show you, this was his choice. He had a choice of best price, and we won't worry about where it's from. Best quality, we won't, it's great, but again, we won't worry where it's from, but you're going to pay higher price. Low environmental impact, and best social responsibility. Now, the machine has the money, and it has the power to go and buy itself now. These machines have their own bank accounts. It's not just humans who have bank accounts, right? The cars have bank accounts. You've seen the Lime and the Bolt scooters. They have bank accounts, right? You know that. It's just data. It's not cash. And that allows it then to make a responsible decision. So after, let's see, how many? 204 coffee cups, now the machine takes the voting and it decides where the money should go. So the machine in this sense is just a voting box, but it's trying to mediate between your compulsion to have the coffee quickly, cheaply, and begin to mediate that toward value creation rather than destruction. So the human in the loop may well be a problem. And of course, most people in the group do want social responsibility. So yeah, everyone has a word with the engineer, and slowly he changes his behavior because he just wants coffee, but he doesn't want friction. So he doesn't want arguments in the kitchen. The most recent work we've done then really begins to ask questions back to the very, very start. We're really perturbed by the fact that every data set that you've ever made, every data set that is being used to build economies is wholly inappropriate for a sustainable, regenerative society. The mirror is not regenerative. It's highly degenerative. So we began just to ask the machines, because the machines, it might be, possibly have different data sets. So we built something, so we started to give forests bank accounts, because surely more than humans should have data sets and have the power to make ethical, ecological differences, because you're just ignoring it. Again, it's not your fault. You're caught up in this history. So, Las Volsky, I don't know if anyone's been in Las Volsky. Maybe you played in Las Volsky. It looked like a beautiful forest. So on Saturday, I just gave it a bank account. I mean, why not, right? It gives it a chance to play. And what's really interesting, looking at the bank account, because I've now opened up a joint account with this bank account, what you're seeing here is Kinbank asks you to have any, and you can do it with me at break time, ask you to open up a bank account for any forest on the planet. So you do, and right at the bottom you'll see here's Gabrielle Greenwoods, and she's opened a bank account. And what it's telling you, really fascinating, which you probably can't see, is that the rain has credited $50. Hares, however, are extractive. The hares are costing $25. The common blue butterflies have credited $30. Now, it's a peculiar cut, but what we're trying to explore is what is it like for you to see into complexity? If I say the word forest, it's one thing, and you know it's 1,000, possibly 1 million species, but you can't see that. No one's ever given you information of the complexity of a data set, but you're really literate at these things. So this is why we use a bank account. Maybe it's the most banal way, it's a wicked way. So I've jumped into the Volsky forest, and now you can see local children accrediting. The sunlight is incredibly good. The bees, yeah, they're really extractive. Everyone loves a bee. Turns out they're taking money out because the pollen travels. So how do we see and how do we know regenerative data sets? This is synthetic data, of course. So we simply ask GPT, to create an imaginary data set, and it's better than all of the humans we found in Victoria. No humans could generate and speculate on the multi-species transactions that might occur. So what do? Do we just have to understand that our place outside now is only limited because of the ways we've been acting for the last 100 years? The habits we've grown, the development of those that become strong behaviors. What's really fun is as people use it, they get notifications. And they're getting notifications at an hourly, minute center based on those complex interactions of more than human databases. So it's rather like the earthquakes. To turn it down, you have to turn off nature. You have to let it go. You have to just ignore it just to get through the day. So, last little exercise with the money. Now I want you to take another €5 zloty coin. So grab another one. Again, I'm a teacher, so you have no choice in this. That's it. Bend down. Professors telling professors what to do is really inappropriate. But grab another one. I want a fresh coin. This time, I want you to so it has to be a completely fresh coin because we want 2 coins operating in the world. This time, I want you to be as imaginative as you can be. I want you to reset the X-curve. I want you to go on a journey toward the X-curve. Which future do you want, and what does that coin going to perform in the future? So this time, I don't want you to add historical data. I want you to add a story that says, spend it on goodness. And it has to be radical goodness. So take a moment, have a think, where you're adding a conditional piece of giving, a conditional contract that commits that person, whoever receives it, and you have to spend these. You can't put it on the mantelpiece. You can't put it in your pocket. You're going to have to give that away. That's my contract. I've just given away 500 zloty, and I want you to do one piece of work, which is just give it away today. Buy something. You can take 2 or 3 coins if you want, and buy a sandwich. I don't mind. A coffee, perhaps. But you've got 2 which have got data on them. The second tag is where you want that data to go. You're sending a message to the next person who picks up the coin. What's the message? What journey do we take to an ethical, social, responsible future? What are you going to tag it with? I mean, again, you might tag it with goodness, and it might be deeply offensive for someone who receives this. This is the problem with data. It's adding friction. Good friction, bad friction. I'm still checking your eyes. When your heads are down, I know you're doing the work, so that's good. Right, I'm nearly there, and this is almost at the end. So how am I doing for time? Oh, well, I'm going to finish a bit early. But, and thank you for playing the games. The winner with the most interesting future gets the glass of wine. I think we've given one away to the colleague who has cash in her pocket. Where does the money go? It's your data. It's all it is. It's just your bank accounts don't hold your money, they hold your data. That's an instantanation of that data. I've given it away, it's yours now. What are you going to do? How are you going to tag that data for a different future? Okay, so to finish then, let's try and wrap this up with some common sense. All I've tried to do with you today is talk about knowing the world through two different modalities. A representational sense of the world, where we've used money, and we're using deep data sets now to drive economies, to drive social media, to drive everything about your mode. It's very hard to find interactions in the world that aren't mediated. Even when I go for a walk in the forest, my kids are still taking their phones, and the coverage, 5G coverage, is complete. It's really hard because everything is represented, mediated through representational technologies. Technologies which at their foundation are binary. They're computer science, highly reductionist. And I'm asking you to tread carefully into the future, because really we need to be on the build-up of experimental, accelerating, radical ways to think about anything to mitigate what we are doing now. We're certainly on the red curve. Everything you're wearing, everything you'll do later today, every car you jump in, unfortunately, it's not your fault. It's a complication, but it's on a place of destabilization. The universities we work at, I just got the message yesterday on the BBC that University of Edinburgh, for the first time in 400 years, is going to start cutting jobs. Everything is on a destabilizing and highly degenerative term. So I'm asking you to tread this line. How are you going to tread the line of knowing the world through different cosmologies, different ideas, materials, to begin to start experimenting towards social, ethical futures? Of course, I introduced this idea. I just think the student was so bright. Brighter than me. I thought it was just so generous. Here's 40 data sets. Go for your life. And that realization that everything I'd given them was an echo. It was just the mirror of the city of Melbourne. And asking them to do any creative, co-creative design was practically impossible. They could only do co-destructive design because it was going to perpetuate Melbourne as it is, which is, it's wonderful. It's a livable city, but it's for the wealthy. It's those who know. We're missing lots of voices in that city. So repeating the complication, we are bound by our habits, and Gen AI, use Gen AI, but please use it critically, because it just plays back us. It just plays it back. It's not some imaginary intelligence. It's us at scale. And it's allowing us to see things. I do think it certainly sees prejudice. You'll know all the stories about wicked use of biases. But it also reveals the habits. How can't we do this? It's not that imaginative. You and I can do that. What do? Do we then spoil the data sets by being more imaginative? Or do we stay within the tram lines of what the system knows? And I don't know. Sometimes I feel we do need to drink like that, because it's just reminding us of our legacy, our history. And then how do we shift toward a truly co-creative condition through the data-driven society? And as I say, do we want the glasses full? But they're a real pain in the bum, drinking like that. It just goes everywhere. So we've got really interesting problems ahead. I've just finished with 3 challenges, I think, on that X-curve. I genuinely think that the universities are fast losing their license to operate socially and economically, and they need to adapt their value proposition, because they're degenerative, and their business models, their social, ecological, and economic license to operate is falling away really fast, and that curve is just dropping away and possibly recovering a closeness with other cosmologies, systems, people might recover. But I thought education was the most wonderful thing in the world, but we've lost its contract. Cities themselves, you can see through the hackathon, are designed and built on existing data sets. We will not be able to transition toward clean economies fast enough because we're not listening to any other representation of the world. Finally, I'm very conscious because landing on country in Australia, indigenous knowledges are just an incredible opportunity to think outside of the large language models. Dominant global data cultures that we have in the models continue to eclipse diverse and historically underrepresented knowledge systems. When I was in there was the funding panel yesterday, and to be honest, it felt like Poland felt aggrieved because you weren't represented fairly in the funding awards. And is that simply because, again, a dominant English language, people in the UK, I mean, they left, right? They left Horizon, now they're back in to mine it. And you are an underrepresented community not listened to use that fund. So again, I guarantee the history of that language will play out the same again. The British are back in, I'm afraid. I live in Australia now. Before you So to finish off then, I'm really curious about this provocation. So we're back to the money, and again, making it matter for you. You do have data sets at your disposal. Your bank account is your active, you have agency over your bank accounts. I'm not saying you have a lot of it. You might have very small. We've got students in the room who don't have as much as perhaps some professors or business people. But it is your money, and you get to choose where it goes. As Christian Figo says, put your money where you want the world to go. It's as simple and as powerful as that. Mainstream banks still fund climate destruction with £2 trillion invested in fossil fuel industry's growth since 2016 and $50 trillion invested by pension funds globally. There's a huge power in voting with our pounds. So to finish, sorry for being personal, if your bank holds your data, and I guess we're halfway through the month, so I guess you're going to get paid at the end of the month, but it's about to replenish your ability to co-create value. Which future will you direct your next month's data toward? That's your agency. Will November's data set have looked like October's? Thanks very much.
Well, my goodness, Chris, thank you so much. This is absolutely brilliant. Lots to think about, that's for sure. And yes, thank you so much for opening our eyes to this other value of money. Right, now we're moving along, and it is, again, my great pleasure to introduce to you Dr. Patrycja Radek, who's an innovation broker at the SWPS University, and she'll just really briefly talk to you what the second part of this conference is about. So please give her your warm welcome.
Ladies and gentlemen, in the era of rapid technological change, we are increasingly more aware that innovation doesn't exist in isolation from society. The success of new technologies depends not only on the technical sophistication or market potential, but also on society's readiness to adapt and accept them. Social technological readiness has become key in designing and implementing innovations. It reflects society's capacity at the individual and structural level to embrace new technological solutions, understand their impact, and use them effectively and responsibly. History provides many examples of how ignoring the social dimensions of technology can lead to resistance or outright rejections of new solutions. The Industrial Revolution and whirring machines. In 19th century, the introduction of machines replacing manual labor sparked protests known as the Leaddates movement. The lack of social preparation and dialogue with workers led to spectacular machine destruction and growing social tensions. Lead-based fuel. The decision to introduce leaded fuel was driven by the desire and need to improve engine performance, but it disregarded its harmful effects on health and environment. Ultimately, the social and ecological costs outweighed the short-term benefits. There are, however, positive examples as well. Renewable energy technologies. The adoption of solar and wind energy is an example of how collaboration among engineers, social scientists, and policymakers plays a crucial role. Long-term educational campaigns and regulatory support helped gradually build public acceptance of these solutions. Artificial intelligence in medicine. AI is increasingly used in medical diagnosis. The success of its implementation was made possible through the collaboration of technical and social experts who worked on ethical standards and addressed patients' concerns about privacy and the role of machines in medical decisions. Social sciences play a crucial role in technology design by helping us understand people, their fears, needs, and motivations. Without this perspective, many projects risk rejection or failure, even if they are technologically advanced. For example, hydrogen technologies. Hydrogen is a promising energy source, but its properties, such as explosiveness, raise concerns. Social research can help understand these fears and develop strategies to overcome them through education and transparent communication of risk. Development of biometric technologies. Facial recognition camera raise privacy concerns. By collaborating with social scientists, companies develop solutions that comply with legal standards and meet societal expectations, avoiding reputational and legal risks. Globally, there is growing recognition of the importance of integrating social sciences with technical sciences. Leading organizations and research institutions have been establishing standards for interdisciplinary collaborations. For example, the World Economic Forum. The organization promotes the development of technologies that serve broad social good, especially in areas like artificial intelligence and climate change. The WEF collaborates with social experts to better understand the impact of technologies on different social groups. The MIT Media Lab. This unit at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology specializes in developing innovative technologies at the intersections of engineers, design, and social sciences. Media Lab conducts projects where the integration of social sciences helps understand how technologies from artificial intelligence to augmented reality affect human relationships and shape society. Why it is important? Because technology that ignores social factors often fails to achieve its potential. Transparency and dialogue with various stakeholders are crucial for building trust and readiness for change. For example, the rollout of 5G technology in many countries was slowed by misinformation and health concerns. This shows that even the most advanced technology can face resistance without education and clear communication on benefits. One of the biggest challenges remains how research and development projects are funded. The current model, focused on narrow technological goals, often overlooks the need for interdisciplinary collaboration. Thus, we need grants supporting interdisciplinarity. Publicly funded programs should require project teams to include social science experts. Support for social research in and from technologies. Investing in understanding the social impacts of technology implementation is essential to avoid resistance and their detrimental effects. Ladies and gentlemen, creating technology with society in mind is no longer a choice, but a necessity. It's not only about increasing acceptance of new solutions, but also about developing technology that serve people, all people, not just a select group. We should invest in social dialogue, integrate technical and social sciences, and develop funding mechanisms that support interdisciplinarity and interdisciplinary collaboration. Only in this way we can build less responsible, ethical technologies ready for the future. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Patrycja. It was a wonderful introduction to what we're going to talk about next. I do feel like we're moving into the tinfoil hat territory very soon, so this is really rather spooky. I think actually it's tremendously important that we are having this discussion, considering what's coming from the States, in particular who's potentially the new person in charge of health, who is, to put it mildly and diplomatically, a vaccine skeptic. Anyway, it is my greatest pleasure to introduce to you Dr. Lidia Sępińska-Ustasiak, who works for T-Mobile and ITECH. And yes, she's going to talk about 5G Uncovered, debunking fake news and building public confidence in technology. Please give her your warm welcome. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my great pleasure to be here today. The title of my speech today is even longer than my extremely long name, Sępińska-Ustasiak, but in fact, I will talk about a very simple concept, maybe not very simple, but described in a very short word, which is trust. I will talk about trust in technology. Have you ever wondered what trust is? In fact, there is no common and commonly accepted universal definition of trust. But when we think about trust, we intuitionally think about relations with other people, or relations with communities, or within communities. While trust is also relevant in all discussions concerning technology. Why is that? Firstly, technologies are widely diffused and used only when trusted. Secondly, technology depends on trust, because what makes technology is ultimately the fact that users do not understand or even do not need to understand how it works. Instead, they hold a positive confidence that the mechanism behind, which is sometimes totally obscure for them, will bring expected outcome, expected effect. And consequently, when we talk about technology, we talk about trust. But we also observe fear of technology. It can be fear of specific technologies, like, for example, artificial intelligence, 5G deployment, robotization, microwaves, or many others. It can be also a fear of the unknown, because technology is developing very, very fast, and for some people it can be just scary. It can be also a fear of negative consequences. Negative because technology can bring negative effects, but also behind the technology can be a bad actor with bad intentions. It can be also a fear of losing control, not necessarily control over our lives, but also control of our data, privacy, autonomy, or many others. And it can be also a fear of change, because generally people do not like changes. And of course, this fear of technology can bring a long list of potential consequences. at the institutional level, like, for example, reduced productivity of people at work, but also at individual level. It can be, for example, increased stress or social isolation, because technology plays increasing role in social contact. So when someone is fear of technology, it can feel isolated from the society and from other people using this particular technology. Others, of course, the list is never ending. Fear of technology is not new, it's as old as technology, because even in ancient Greece, Socrates was afraid of writing. He thought that writing can bring forgetfulness, and his learners will never have to remember things. Telephones at the end of 19th century, telephones at homes were considered as a potential distractor of family lives. Similarly, railway. There was a common belief that railway will ruin traditional way of living. And printing. People were afraid that printing will bring fast development of fake news. Sounds familiar? Probably. And now, in 21st century, the situation is getting even more complicated. According to American Psychological Association, misinformation is better understanding of how things work, while disinformation is intentional spread of false theories, false facts, or false interpretation of facts. And the spread of misinformation and disinformation can impact social policies, healthcare system, democracies, and many other areas of public life. And 5G is a perfect illustration of how it works, which is visible also in Krakow here. We had the chance to observe both on social media and in a public debate what people are afraid of in the context of 5G. It was a fear that 5G weakens the immune system. It was visible particularly strongly during the COVID pandemic. It was the fear that the virus can be transmitted through 5G networks. It was also a common belief that 5G causes cancer and kills birds and insects. And in the wider context, 5G by some groups is considered as a part of new surveillance system over the society. While misinformation and disinformation on 5G is spreading quickly, international organizations like WHO, International Telecommunication Union, or ICNIRP, or in Poland, General Inspectorate for Environmental Protection, work hardly to convince people that 5G is not harmful and is absolutely safe from the perspective of human health. Here you can see many examples of such initiatives explaining that electromagnetic radiation is everywhere. And the higher part of spectrum can be damaging, but it is, for example, gamma rays, X-rays, or ultraviolet. And we are perfectly aware how it works, but on the lower part of the spectrum, we see the radio, we see mobile phones, or microwaves. We are surrounded on a daily basis. Does it work? Not necessarily. On this slide, for a non-Polish speaker, I can explain what we see here. It is media coverage on 5G and 5G protests that appeared in the context of operators' plan to build new telecommunication infrastructure. But of course, it is not exclusively Polish problem, because misinformation and disinformation is spread worldwide. And here you can see examples from many different countries, and which is particularly interesting, it is becoming a part of common knowledge that Russian disinformation is part of the problem, which is reported by the New York Times here. And what we learn from this example of 5G? First, immunization of the society is crucial. According to disinformation theories, the best way to protect society from disinformation is education, but not only education in the area of health or 5G or technology, but in this case it is also people's ability to think critically and to verify facts. The second lesson, responsible research and innovation approach, assuming that stakeholders should be involved at all stages of development of particular technology, and the dialogue should be part of the process, and technology assessment is also a crucial part of this process, is essential. And the third thing is policy. Standards, regulation, and enforcement of regulation is necessary to create a safe framework for people, making them confident that technology is not harmful and that technology is safe for them. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And thank you for keeping to the time. That's absolutely wonderful. If anybody has any questions, please feel free to add the questions at the end. So just raise your hand and speak loudly. Right. So we're moving along, and it's my great pleasure to introduce to you Professor Krzysztof Krajs, who's a professor at the SWPS University, and he's going to talk about accessibility of cultural heritage in urban space, pervasive technology, psychology, and art history in Friendly City project. So please give him your warm welcome.
Good morning. I know everyone is waiting for coffee break, and for coffee, sustainable coffee. But I'll try to occupy this 10 minutes, maybe less, just before coffee. When we are in such beautiful cities like Krakow, which is fairly new to me, and we go abroad and we try to experience a new culture, when you walk through the city, I'm not sure it's working. This one? Okay, so you can probably experience something like this, and you see the sometimes beautiful, sometimes ugly built environment, but you have a chance to experience the culture of the place. And we do experience this culture through all the senses. The majority comes through the eyes, but you also can hear the noise, you can feel the temperature, you can feel the vibe of the city, literally. But when so what you see on top of this is the trace of some exemplary person gaze. When we look on different beautiful built heritage, culture heritage. And these examples comes from the different city, from the city of Łódź in the central Poland, where this project was, which I'm going to talk about today, was born. And you sometimes see such beautiful churches. All these arrows around are real eye movements of person looking at this church, Orthodox church, of course. And sometimes you see this when you sightsee the city. Literally, you see this when you're blind. If I'm blind, don't I have a right to sightsee the city? No. Accessibility to culture heritage is my fundamental human right. And we have several law acts on this, including European Accessibility Act, which is becoming the fact now and has to be implemented in all the European countries, including Poland. We have our local law as well, that being a part of the culture, have the access to information and the cultural heritage is something what I have a right to have, and we have to provide it. How to do it? That's coming from this need. We came up with some ideas, building a team with art historians, psychologists, and people from information technology, how to make this access possible for everyone. So we aim with the project, which is called Friendly City, to give the access to cultural heritage, especially built heritage, to everyone, to make it possible for people who cannot see even to have the experience of what they can see. Is it a super novel idea? Yes, it is. But such systems or similar systems already exist. For example, the system Navilance in Barcelona, they help people to navigate through the city, and they focus on navigation. And they are much better than Google Maps or Apple Maps or any other general public maps. Our system helps in navigating too, but it takes it on the different level. Thanks to some small devices which are places on buildings, we make the navigation actually physical. So when you arrive to this building you're aiming at, you hear the sound, beep, 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 which is coming from that building, and it's physical sound. It's not from your app, not from your phone. It's telling you you arrived at the entrance. Now you will have some steps or you can enter the building, right? So that's a combination of the mobile app and the physical environment. Now, what's more, these devices which are similar to beacons, but different because they can make sounds, they can activate your app on the phone, the new app, which can give you the audio description of the place. And the audio description of the place is something really new. Now, because we all know the audio descriptions from Netflix or other streaming services. This is like an additional layer on top of the media, which describes what have been seen, what can be seen on the screen to people who struggles to see, right? So that's an additional layer of audio. But how to build it into the physical environment, and that's something really new. But there is also another problem, because audio descriptions, especially when it comes to the culture, are built by specialists. And the specialists, the experts, they do perceive the world completely different than naive users. When I talk to my colleagues from art history, they talk in a language which I don't understand. And at the first meetings were like building the dictionary for us just to understand each other's. So we thought, well, it's not going to work. We have to make those audio descriptions for user-friendly. So we have to adjust those audio descriptions in a way that will be natural for everyday user. So even if we if you can see and you hear the audio description, probably you would explore the building in a very different way. And we actually, in a series of experiments, we demonstrated that. People who are naive to the field probably, usually they explore in a more random way the artifact, the artifact. So we said, okay, we'll give you the guidelines based on eye tracking studies. You, meaning the experts, and you can adjust your audio descriptions to work better for every person or late users. So running the several studies like this, like you see here, with people walking through the streets with special glasses which can track the eyes, we come up with the new idea of...
The facades were covered with horizontal stripes with profiled edges, the so-called bossage. The stripes are alternated in color, yellow and brick at a height of about 1 meter from the base, and yellow and pale blue above the cornice. Above the cornice, there is a strip of decorations, stretching around the upper edge of the walls in the form of semicircular recesses, separated by short pilasters with capitals. The entire facade is crowned with a cornice slightly protruding in front of the face of the wall. The building attracts attention with the symmetry of the main facade, facing Kalinskiego Street. From the front.
All right, I'll skip it. Now please use your imagination. So we adjusted the audio descriptions, original audio descriptions, with the natural gaze of the users, and how we came up with a new accessibility technology, which we called gaze-led audio descriptions, in short, GLED. And it looks like it can actually guide the attention in a better way, in a much more natural way. It is also the help for experts to build more natural audio descriptions and design the better accessibility technologies. Is it all? No. Now we have to move forward. And the big deal is to build the accessible technology which is adjusting to a certain person in a real time. Because every one of us is different, and every one of the user who's going to use the system is very different. So we have to make sure that the system adjusts itself to the particular user in a real time. And the next step is a real-time gaze-led audio description, which is going to be led by your gaze at a certain moment in time. And I think that's looking into the future based on what have been done. But yes, and I think I don't have a good example to show you this. At least not working now. But hopefully in a close future, there's going to be one or two. Now, actually, we are running the studies in the city of Łódź with this amazing team, which is on the slide now. And I really have to give credits to all these people from very different disciplines, from art history, going from the top, computer science, and psychology, and people from the eye tracking methodology. And that's it from me. Thank you very much. And I managed not to shorten the coffee break.
When do you think this technology will be operating? Will be implemented so that tourists to the city of Łódź could use this?
Actually, the prototype is ready, and we're testing it. City of Łódź is interested in buying the system, and I think being very optimistic, end of the year, next year, so end of the 2025, is going to be operating.
My goodness, this has been absolutely phenomenal. Thank you so much. Please feel emboldened to ask questions because we're really talking about tremendously interesting and innovative things. Right, so we're pausing for a coffee break. So if you can start getting back here at around 11, that would be phenomenal. Thank you so much.
Microphone checked. Now it should be okay.
Hello, hello. Can you hear me okay? Thank you so much for coming back and so promptly. Much appreciated. Well, this is absolutely phenomenal because there's a wonderful and super interesting panel with fabulous experts. So this discussion panel is going to hopefully answer the question or probe the question, do we need to consider social factors in technology design? The panel is going to be led by Professor Tomasz Grzyb, who, surprise, surprise, is from the SWPS University. We will also have Professor Michał Krzykawski from the University of Silesia. We will also have Professor Małgorzata Kujawska from the Poznań University of Medical Sciences, Dr. Malwina Gębalska from the National Science Center, Professor Karol Murlak from the University of Texas at Austin, and also from the SWPS University, and Professor Jan Henryk Paseth from the European University Viadrina Frankfurt, and he's going to join us online. So please give him your warm welcome. And here he is. Great to see you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for letting me be in here. It's my great pleasure to be the host of this whole panel. Of course, if you look carefully on the title of this panel, you can see that, well, there's a question, do we need to consider social factors in technology design? This is a relatively simple question. We can relatively simply answer, yes, we do, and go to the lunch. But since it's not so easy to implement this answer, we're going to have a chance to discuss this issue, and I'm pretty sure that we're going to discuss it very carefully since we have so important persons in here and in the distant. What is really important is to realize that we are talking about money. During our first keynote lecture today, in this fabulous lecture by Chris, Chris gave you coins. And let me start with a short anecdote about something much more important, about banknotes. In India, try to imagine India, the biggest democracy in the world, and we have the late 80s, when in India they are trying to implement ATM, automatic teller machines. And majority of people in India don't trust these machines because it's really suspicious idea to keep my money in this little metal box and giving me some limited access to this money. So what they had to do was to create a special campaign, and try to imagine that during this campaign they even had built a special little kiosks with the human beings inside. And those people pretend to be an ATM just to give them an impression that, well, there is something behind these machines and you can be really sure that your money is safe in this machine. You can take the money whenever you want. You can take this money as much as you have on your account, not necessarily as much as you need. But what is really important is to think that they may be some barriers when we ask people to be ready to use some very important technological innovations. So let's start the panel. As you heard, we have a very important specialist in different areas, which really benefits our discussion. So we have Professor Michał Krzykawski. Professor Michał Krzykawski is a philosopher. He is a professor at the University of Silesia in Poland. His research focuses on the intersection of philosophy, technology, and society, which makes him a really important person in our panel. Thank you for joining us, Michał. The next person, yes, please your hands together for our panelists. Professor Małgorzata Kujawska. Professor Kujawska is a neuroscientist and professor at the Poznań University of Medical Sciences, and her work explores neural mechanisms and cognitive processes contributing to advancements in medical science, particularly in understanding brain functions and disorders. Thank you so much for joining us. Dr. Malwina Gębalska, a very important person from NCN, National Center for Science, and not only from the NCN, but Malwina is also a coordinator of the Chase ERANET co-founded initiative at the National Science Center in Poland, and she specializes in fostering international cooperation in the humanities and social sciences, promoting innovative interdisciplinary research projects across Europe. Thank you for joining us. My good colleague and friend, Professor Karol Murlak. Professor Murlak is a designer and professor at the University of Texas in Austin, Lone Star State, and SWPS University in Poland. His work bridges design and technology, focusing on sustainable and socially responsive design practices. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for having time to join us. And Jan Hendrik, hello, can you hear us?
Of course.
Yeah, great. Jan Hendrik is a professor of sociology of technology. Can you imagine that? Sociology of technology? At the European University Viadrina in Germany, and his research examines the interplay between society and technology, emphasizing the sociological dimensions of digital transformation and technological infrastructure. Thank you for joining us despite your health issues. Really do hope that you're going to get better. Still, thank you for joining us. Please your hands together for all our panelists. So as we agreed, we're going to start with short introduction for each of you. Let's start with Professor Krzykowski. So please tell us what are the philosophical approach to the social innovations.
Well, yeah, thank you for the invitation. We're supposed to talk about technological readiness, a concept that I am a little bit reluctant to use because I'm not sure if it offers us an appropriate look at all social, ecological, and epistemological issues related to a kind of a general computational madness in which the so-called emerging technologies, AI systems included, are implemented today. Because roughly speaking, technological readiness tells us about the maturity of a technology for deployment or practical use that on the basis of abstract laboratory criteria, whether what I advocate for is rather a techno-political maturity that helps us address the right questions in this particular moment instead of embracing the change that is thought to be unstoppable in the business discourse around artificial intelligence. So what I fear is not a lack of technological readiness, but a lack of willingness to critique technology that I can see in the whole tech industry and a large part of tech culture. And so this is what I want to bring to this table. We need a critique of technology, that is a thorough analysis, examination of how technology impacts our psychic and social life. So we need a critique of technology, because without this critique, without a critical understanding of technology, no technology can be properly conceptualized, designed, and implemented with a view of being embedded into larger social ecosystems. So critique is an attitude that does not amount to a mere assessment of potential threats and opportunities of a technology. Critique is not about refining technology. It is rather an ability to judge what is worth being efficiently automated and what is not. And it is also about to ask about the goals of automation, because, you know, as we all know, the story of artificial intelligence has just begun, and I think we can write an original chapter of this history here in Central Europe. It is also a good moment to have the courage to call for a decomputerization, to call for algorithm-free zones or moments in order to find new rhythms of life. So this is how I understand actually technopolitical maturity that I would like to provocatively oppose to technology readiness. Right.
Okay, thank you so much for this statement. You need to remember that Michał comes from Silesia, where criticizing the technology for a longer time was really not allowed. Yeah, we need to keep our mines, we need to keep our factories in good shape. So it's really important to think that criticizing this whole idea is an important thing. I'm pretty sure that those of you who attended the first lecture by Chris understand that criticizing the technology, especially while trying to create the full wine glass, was an important part of our conversation. Frankly speaking, during your lecture, I tried to do that. I asked my chat GPT to create this picture of full glass of wine, and it was completely unable to. So, you know, even the experimental approach proves you're right. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much, Michał, for this point. Malvina, you are responsible for giving money to scientists. So your point of view might be a little different, right?
Thank you for inviting me here, and I am aware that I am surrounded by active researchers. I was a researcher in previous life, doing research in historical...
Everyone has a past.
Yes, in historical linguistics, but now I work at the National Science Center, so for some of you it may sound familiar. This is a grant agency that funds fundamental research, basic research. But today I want to talk about a different program that is now in the preparatory phase by the National Science Center, and we took a leadership role in this program. So this one is more focused on society, on also social impact of research. So as in our core business in NCN, we fund research grants, so performed by researchers. But with this new program, which will be co-funded by the European Commission and developed together by European member states and associated countries, we will go beyond only funding research, but we also want to look into societal impact of research and why it's needed. So the program is called Social Transformations and Resilience. And this is, it belongs to the portfolio of European partnership that has been implemented by the European Commission with member states. Some of you may be familiar with these programs. So there are around 50 programs, 50 European partnerships that target different challenges important for the European societies, such as biodiversity, raw materials, clean energy transition. And this one will be dedicated to the community of social scientists and humanities. So this is very important because so far the Commission has neglected, we may feel neglected as a community of social scientists and humanities. So this one will be targeted at social scientists and the humanities. So it involves 4 pillars, which is future of work, social protection systems, education and skills, and fair transition to climate neutrality. I have been listening to the discussions today and yesterday, and I must say I cannot help but say that this new program that is now being developed really tries to address these big challenges that we are discussing right now in the European Union, but also with a global perspective. And it also is linked to the topic of societal readiness for for new technological tools, for artificial intelligence, and it tackles the challenges, wants to tackle the challenges that we face now in the digital age, in the age of pandemic, in the age of different unexpected shocks that we are encountering. So as I mentioned, we want to go beyond funding research. So in this program will last 10 years and will start in 2027. We want to go beyond just funding research and want to look at policies and how research can inform policy making, decision making by politicians and decision makers. We want to look at policies that we have and think about innovative solutions that can be, how can research contribute to innovative policy solutions. So this is my background in this panel, and I'm happy to talk more about how we can involve researchers in being more connected to society and other non-academic stakeholders.
Okay, thank you so much, Malvina. So basically what you said is that not only we need to consider social factors, but there will be money for that, right? Yes. You promise?
100 million euros.
Okay, thank you so much for the statement, very important to our CEOs at our university. And let's move to Karol. Karol, you are a designer. During the break, I was trying to use the men's bathroom, and I had the constant problem with the faucet, because it's faucet operating by this photo camera or something like that. Are we able to do products, services, which actually work?
Hopefully we are. And the answer to the question that you asked at the beginning is, of course, yes, as you said. That's the short answer. And the long answer is yes, of course. We need to encounter a social factor in developing new technologies. I would maybe like to introduce even a bit more bold way of thinking. When I was listening to all the presenters at this conference, and also looking at the agenda for the conference, I started thinking that maybe sometimes we use too apologetic way of thinking about social science and technology. So it's like, hey, don't forget about us. We are still there, and we can help you. And I think. That's something that's maybe more typical for science than for business. I have a lot of experience working with business, and in business, we don't have to remind decision makers that actually social factor is an important part. As you know, Silicon Valley is full of psychologists, sociologists, anthropologists, designers, and representatives of other fields who have nothing to do with technology understood as bare numbers and mathematics and physics. Why? Just because they know that those technologies that are developed there will not function without people. So I think it's just about changing maybe the mindset a bit and understanding that it's not technology that needs people. It's pretty opposite, is people who need technology. So without us people and without human factor, that technology that's developed will be just pure science without any applications. Applications require people and require to have that desire to use the technology. And of course, designers, but also social scientists. No, I'm kidding. Social scientists and also designers can help here just because they are trained to understand human needs and respond to them. So this is what we can offer, what we can introduce. And I believe this is not like an addition. This is actually an essential part of technological development. So if you think about application, if you think about this impactful science, the science that changes the world around us, which in many countries is becoming #1 goal for science. I know that UK system has been remodeled to kind of like assess academic institutions there based on the impact. Poland is experimenting with it, so we have a mixed model right now that actually takes the social impact in consideration as well. And there is more examples. If we want to do that without human factor, that impact will not be really possible. And we heard a lot of examples of that. Pretty much everyone who presented here so far showed those moments where actually technology became impactful just because people wanted to use it. And vaccines, antibiotics that were brought up here, of course, is the very tangible and obvious example of that. But I'm sure we all have examples.
Thank you so much, Karol. You know, what is really important in your statement is that we need to work together. We need to work together because sometimes only when we work together we can go outside the box. We've heard a lot about old data during today's morning, but you're probably familiar with the famous quotation of Henry Ford. Henry Ford once was asked about questioning people, about asking people what they need to have a better life, and his response was, well, if I'd ask people what do they need, they would reply, we need faster horses. not necessarily the car. So this is the benefit of working together for people from different perspective, with different perspective from different environments. Okay, let's move to medicine. My first question is it true that people who are specialized in radiology should look for another work because AI will expel them from the market? You know, people who are working in the radiology, who analyzes the data from the computer scanning, their constant support is taken from AI. Is it possible that we don't gonna need those people, from your perspective, of course?
Okay, I'm not a radiologist, so I'm neuroscientist. So let me explain from my field perspective. So first of all, good morning, everyone, and thank you for the opportunity. I feel really I'm honored to be part of the esteemed panel. Yeah, I work at medical field. I'm also experienced in tackling interdisciplinary project within international cooperation. I'm also member of Top 500 Innovator Society. I did course on innovation management at Stanford University. And my research journey actually has been shaped by my internship, my experience during the internship at NASA Ames Research Center, where I learned that every crazy idea is achievable. And then I understood that looking for the answer to how to solve the technological problem or overcome every obstacles, instead of taking simple, easier alternative pathways, is critical for creating innovations. Obstacles are not real limitation. There are challenges waiting for solutions. And yeah, I learned that everything is manageable, and the only question is about the cost we are able to pay, the energy we can spend, our determination. So now, currently, I merge nanotechnology and neuroscience to target abnormal, to find out, to looking for treatment for Parkinson's disease, because my research is specifically now focus on Parkinson's disease. So as I mentioned, I merge nanotechnology, neuroscience to target, specifically this is abnormal protein, which contributes to the Parkinson's development. Parkinson's disease, this is after Alzheimer's disease, the second most prominent neurodegenerative diseases. Why it is important? Because Parkinson's disease patients suffer from progressive movement deficits, which obviously impact the quality of their daily life. And unfortunately, no cure, no effective disease-modifying options are currently available. This is a big economic, social, individual, medical, this is complex problem. And so far, a huge effort has been made to develop various antibodies. Some of them are clinically tested, but my approach is to use graphene-based nanomaterials to hit the same pathology. I mean the alpha-synuclein aggregation, which is believed to that stopping this pathology can slow down the disease progression. Yeah. So in summary, I would like to say that a lack of effective treatment makes that scientific community test, study various treatment scenarios. On the other side, Parkinson's disease patients have hope, huge hope, and represent openness for healing. They need this healing, yeah? So I do believe that collaborative work with various diverse expertise, ideas, perspectives will enable transcend actual current boundaries to finally bring the solution. This is more or less what is my background, what is my attitude to innovation, and from my perspective, how important the neurodegenerative diseases are.
Thank you so much. Listen, I feel that I really need to explain myself why I was asking about this AI and the radiology. I'm not sure if you're familiar with the study in which AI recognized some of the symptoms better than the actual radiologists when analyzing the scan from the, let's say, tomograph or PET scan from the lungs. For instance, AI realized that what is really important for estimating the chance of survival of the particular patient was the exact time of making the scan. Because if you can imagine that someone is taking the scan at, let's say, 2 a.m. in the night, it's a clear sign that it's not a routine procedure, that this is not a routine scan. Someone can be in really danger when it comes to his or her health. So that's why I was asking about this perspective, since it's really important to cooperate between the AI and actual doctors, right?
Yeah, if I can
absolutely.
add something, yeah. I'm also deeply confirmed that using AI is also in all fields of medicine is applicable in neuroscience, especially in neuro treatment, Parkinson's disease, other neurodegenerative diseases is very important because the neurodegenerative disease, there is still debate about the pathomechanism, but so far we are agree that probably multi-hit treatment, I mean targeting at once various targets can be can work. Okay. Yeah, that's why we need to personalize based on individual measurements, personalized treatment to properly, let's say, the dose, the mechanism, the target we need to identify using AI as well. Okay. Yeah.
Okay, but the real question is, can we trust the technology who cannot create an image of the glass full of wine, right? Okay, thank you so much. We are moving to Słubice or Frankfurt on Oder, I believe, right? Because Jan-Hendrik Passut is from the European University Viadrina in Germany, and in Poland, in fact, because it's the university right on the border between Poland and Germany. Jan-Hendrik, you are the sociologist of technology, so what's your point in our discussion?
Yes, first of all, thanks a lot for letting me participate even in this format, so that my stomach can actually work without planes, having me participate in this forum as well. So you're right, I'm at my university part of a group of researchers that collaborate with the colleagues in Poznan to set up the European New School right at the German-Polish border. My office usually is actually in Słubice, so I'm part of this group as well. Yeah, sociology of technology is a quite continental European term for what is internationally called science and technology studies, an interdisciplinary field that has been existing for nearly 50 years now, bringing together social scientists, humanities scholars, political scientists, but with engineers, STEM scholars, and people who are actually building and designing technologies. And all our research is basically built on the assumption and the knowledge that science, technology, innovation are as much about math, data, and machines as they are about people, politics, and practices. So whatever kind of social and political and cultural innovation forces us to shape and form a technical innovation, that's where we usually come in. So beginning with an answer to your very initial question, of course, do we need to bring social factors into technology design? Yes, of course. The question is just, how do we do this, actually? STS, the field I'm in, has brought us various approaches to responsible research and innovation. So, and in my case specifically, I have been working on participatory methods to include stakeholders from various fields, not only academic, but those who are actually affected by certain technologies and innovations. My specialty is digital infrastructure for machine learning and big data-driven technologies. So now, of course, everything also machine learning and AI. We have been working a lot with our colleagues from engineering and the STEM disciplines to build those methods for participation of those who are actually affected by technological design into the process of designing and forming specific technical methods. We do this also by implementing what we call controversy mapping. So whenever someone is affected of a technological innovation, as you can also see on the very public level, people are affected. So people are also very engaged in controversial claims about what this technology will bring, what this will mean to their daily lives. And the question that we are working on is how to make those claims and points count in technical design as well. So as a matter of fact, one could say we're creating methods for social readiness, but also for dealing with what one could call social unreadiness. So in terms of how to deal with counterclaims, how to deal with hurdles, how to claim with even stronger forms of withdrawal. So that means engaging in critique, yes, coming full circle to the very first answer, but I would say where it counts, so where it makes a difference in the actual process of technology design. So where those who are actually engaged in bringing us new technologies can take those forms of critique into account as well.
Thank you so much, Jan Hendrik. Thank you for these insightful ideas, and thank you for being here with us, even in its distant way. So, for all of you, it was just an appetizer, right? We just presented our views, and right now we are going into discussion. And I would like to share with you my personal social invention. I'm an academic, I'm a lecturer, and for 20 years right now, I was constantly finished my lecture with, are there any questions? What was a clear signal for my students, there should be not. So after some time, I changed it into, what question do you have? And the result was the same. So right now what I'm doing is some kind of agreement between me and my students that after each lecture, they have to be 2 questions without asking me 2 proper, interesting questions. They will not be free to go to the lunch. So please feel free to think about 2 questions you're going to ask to our panelists, because otherwise we're going to sit here for a long time. So I'm a social psychologist, and what I'm really interested in is the social influence. So changing people's behavior, changing people's emotions, changing people's attitudes, so on and so forth. When we approach the problem like the social readiness, the very common answer is, well, let's do a campaign. Let's do a proper campaign, advertisement to encourage people to use this technique, this innovation, this device, this service properly. But my question is it really successful? Is that way, does this way successful when to encourage people to use some social innovations, some innovations at all? So, Carol, I expect that you have a lot of examples of unsuccessful campaigns, but are there any successful examples and lessons learned for us? Okay, one more thing to other panelists, feel free to interrupt yourself, feel free to cut in. If you have anything to add, please let me know and I will make it possible.
Well, I'm actually not sure, to be honest, that the campaign is the best way to prepare society or future users of technology for a technology. I actually doubt it, to be honest. And the way of thinking I'm trying to bring here is rather thinking about how to analyze human needs and human way of interacting with technology, so they don't need to be prepared for this technology just because the technology already responds to the way how people use it. So in a way, what I'm trying to say is that actually a campaign that convinces people to use a certain device or a piece of technology is way too late to convince them. I think the human factor should be introduced at the very beginning of developing the technology, so it's designed in a way it already answers to specific needs and people are waiting for this technology. So instead of convincing them, we are giving them the tool that they always needed. Of course, there is a question if we are aware of a need. So maybe this is where a campaign can help. But I would say that's probably the very last tool that design and social science can offer technology to popularize it. And I would advocate for those tools that have to be used way, way earlier, pretty much from very beginning of developing a new piece of technology. And in that sense, I think the role of design is almost, I would say it's almost historical. So if you think how design was born, it was actually born together with Industrial Revolution, when people just understood that actually what industrial production is developing is so unfriendly to people that they don't want to use it. So designers, artists back then, were invited or hired to actually introduce this kind of like human factor. Back then it was mainly based on aesthetics, so it was just understanding that the aesthetics coming from Industrial Revolution is maybe not necessarily the type of aesthetics people back then wanted to use. So they introduced new way of thinking about aesthetics. And nowadays, probably aesthetics is still part of it. So there is a question about, like, can technology be beautiful when we interact with it, when we use it? And there is this component, but as a designer, I try not to talk about beauty too much, because I think design has way more to offer, and it's pretty much this human perspective of looking at things and interacting with things. And as I said, campaign is probably one of the ways to do it, but to a large extent, it may be too late to promote or popularize technology.
So what you basically said is that if we need a campaign to encourage people to use something, so it's a clear sign that we did not our homework right?
Exactly.
Okay, so we need to start think about using some products or services way earlier than we think. Okay, thank you so much. Anyone care to join this idea? Okay, Jan Hendrik, thank you.
Yes, thank you. Thanks a lot, actually. I couldn't agree more. So one could even say that when you need a campaign, you're much too late, actually, to be able to convince people to jump on a train. In many cases, it's the other way around, right? So people have very good reasons to be reluctant in many cases. So obviously, taking those reasons into account. So why are people not willing to use data-driven services, for example? Why aren't they not willing to give away some of the details of their personal lives in favor, for example, of a smart home appliance system? So these kind of reasons are good reasons, and taking them into account in technology design is as important as aesthetics, right? So it's not only that people want to have nicely looking and wonderfully shaped technologies that fit their daily lives, but they need technologies and would accept technologies that actually fit their living conditions, the problems of their daily lives, and not just force a solution onto their lives that they do not really care for, basically. In many other cases, it's also the other way around, right? So we have a lot of developments, specifically in AI, in data-driven services and digital technologies, where we have a solution looking for a problem. So we throw a lot of money on developing large-scale language models, for example, and we are just in the process of now finding out what could be interesting problems that people would actually use this for. In many cases, this even has to do with business models. A lot of our bigger tech companies work quite long without making any profit, because, of course, the time when profit appears, well, for a long time, it's just about market saturation and the question of being the forceful entity pushing technology in, not really caring for, is this a need that we cater for, and is this something that we would like to take up now? So we have two different things to take into account rather than just having a tech and selling it to people using a campaign, I would say.
Thank you so much for this comment, and I want to emphasize something you just said, that people are reluctant to give the data, the personal data, and they are afraid if this data will be misused, for instance. And my next question is to Michał in this instance. Is it proper fear from your perspective?
Well, yeah, the data is a huge problem because artificial intelligence is about data and not algorithms. So there is a kind of data ideology. I'm sure that you heard about data as new oil, or about data mining. So if we agree with those terms, we also agree that we are the resource of digital capitalism, right? And this is a horrible vision of humanity, which is behind, those metaphors as new oil or something, because it makes a kind of a shift from the understanding of data as something personal, intimate, and contextualized towards something non-human and ready to be exploited as coal or oil. So we need new standards for data imagination, right? So we need to say no consent, right? No consent. As long as we don't say it, nothing will change. And also, when it comes to those campaigns, well, I would like to say marketing must be stopped. Because technologies are not mere products, right? Are not mere services. This is a new environment of thinking or doing things, and so if we consider technological development in terms of campaigns, we do not collaborate with society. We treat societies as depersonalized mass of people to whom we can sell technologies as marketers. So this is the wrong way of doing things, I think, right? And here we need a kind of a epistemological breakthrough in order to find different ways of understanding the relation between human nature and technology, because there is one important actor we forgot to talk about when we were talking about collaborating with society, nature, right? The earth, right? For now, AI development is totally incompatible with ecological constraints. We're living in a kind of a civilizational schizophrenia. On the one hand, we put a lot of effort, to decarbonize the economy, and on the other hand, we are developing energy-intensive technologies as the age of electrification had just begun. So this is a kind of schizophrenia, right?
Okay, a few weeks ago, I've seen a very thoughtful picture. In traditional economy, I'm not an economist, so please forgive me if I'm talking bullshit right now, but in traditional economy, you have someone who wants to buy a product and pays money for the product or the service, and someone who is producing something or giving us the service. And when you look at the social media, we have something for free, right? We have a content on the social media for free, but someone is paying for that. So actually, we, the users of social media, we are becoming a product. Sold for someone who is ready to pay for that, especially for our attention and especially for our time, during which we are seeing some advertisement for the products. You mentioned the resources, the natural resources we need to be careful about, but Malvina, you told us that you have something more to say about the resources we can use to do a proper science connected with the social innovations, right?
Yes, thank you. Yes, so I mentioned the program that will be launched in 2027, and I wanted to also give you some background what we are going to do in the next 2 years in developing this program. The core of this program will be a strategic research agenda that will be shaped by all member states participating in this program. So we will organize mapping exercises with research community, but we also want to reach out to other stakeholders. As it was mentioned here, it is important that we also work with civil society representatives that can also bring their perspectives to the research that will be then co-created in our program. We want to reach out to business stakeholders, also to sectoral ministries that then make decisions on so many issues important for the whole society. So it's important to bring everyone to this program to co-create the agenda and the priorities for this program. I also want to note that that we have worked with researchers on in previous programs that we co-created with the European Commission, and we want to encourage research community to take into account the social factor, the perspectives from business, from industry, also from cultural sector, and this is also a challenge when we look at the ecosystem that the researchers are surrounded with. So they are pressured by their deans, by grant agencies to produce research results, but then we also ask them to think about social factor in the research, and they are now under pressure to take all these different perspectives into account, and sometimes they're not even rewarded for taking it into account. So I think it's also important in tackling all these challenges and taking into account the social factor in your research to think about how researchers are evaluated. If this is also taken into account by their deans, by the Ministry of Research. So this whole ecosystem is very important. And as we know, for example, in the UK or in Canada, the social factor is very important already when you start thinking about your research, that you should co-create, that you need to think about social factor. In Poland, this is still not very well developed, and this is not still taken into account in our evaluation system for researchers. So I think this is also something that needs to be emphasized, that researchers have limited time, and then they need to know what is expected from them. Also, another factor I think that has to be taken account in discussions with researchers when they are encouraged to work with non-academic stakeholders, they think about ethics. So should I already work on my research just right from the beginning, taking into account industry perspective? Is it ethical? Am I biased when I already take it from the start? So there are all these different questions coming from the research community, also time pressure that they need to take into account. And I think in this new program, we will be also experimenting with that and looking listening to different perspectives from researchers and how they see it, how they see this program. So we do want to co-create.
Yep, Carol?
Well, first of all, it sounds very exciting, and we are looking forward to see the next step of that process. What's really interesting for me was you talking about how you look at the program as a way, or maybe not, you look at the program in the context of Polish research and higher education, and you brought up evaluation, so the way to kind of like assess the quality of institutions. And I think that actually what the discipline that I'm representing, so fine arts, because design in Poland lives in fine arts, is actually, it uses a bit different metrics to evaluate. It's still evaluated, but it uses a bit different metrics. And you already see that in that particular field, there is a bit more willingness to experiment and do those things that not necessarily give publications, for instance, just because there are other ways to report the quality and importance of your work. So I think we already have some systems in Poland, just in very small scale, but they have been prototyped, and I think they were pretty successful. So maybe that's something that design and fine arts can actually bring to the table. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for this comment, and. I'm pretty sure that we agree that we need to foster the collaboration between sectors. I'm pretty sure that we agree that we need to encourage people to consider the social factors when they're applying, for instance, for grants. But I will tell you a story. A good friend of mine, who is the chief of the very important Polish Institute of the Polish Academy of Science, called me and said, listen, we are applying for the grant, a huge grant from natural sciences. And according to the regulations, we need to consider the social factor. Please add some social factor to this grant. So the problem is that if we're gonna think about evaluation only as the, checking the marks, checking the bullet points, we're gonna end with something really bad, right? So is there any way to really encourage scientists to foster this collaboration, but from the organic perspective, from the genuine interest? Do you have an answer for that? Carol, again, yeah, you look like you have an answer.
No, I was looking for an answer, just trying desperately to find someone who, I don't know, I think probably the results that are measured could be changed or maybe broadened. So if we believe that interdisciplinary collaboration brings something really valuable to science, is probably not the publications as themselves, but rather what we are discussing here. So for instance, social readiness of technology, and to achieve that, you need that interdisciplinary collaboration, but we would need to measure that instead of measuring what we are currently measuring, which is mainly the science metrics that we use. So that's something that crossed my mind, and I think this is pretty much what British model uses, right? Yeah, that's the only thought that I can share, I guess.
Jan Hendrik, what can sociologists add to this discussion?
Yeah, as I just recognized that question that you just stated in that anecdote, can you please add social factors to a project? I have been in that business quite for a long time, and that of course has to do with the way funding schemes and programs are built. For quite some time in European funding, under the label of SWOFs or responsible research and innovation, there was quite a push towards adding a social, political, ethical factor to any project that is usually funded in the STEM disciplines, so in science, technology, engineering, and math. And usually that leads to this add-on system, check the box structure, you're basically, as a social scientist or philosopher or ethicist, you're work package 6 or 7, so the last one, taking care of acceptance issues, of telling the nice stories, of linking the innovation built in the actual program to the world, to people, to stakeholders, and the like. So for quite some time, I would have argued that politically, in terms of changing funding schemes, the actual move is to become work package 2 or work package 1. So as Carol basically said, starting from the very beginning and being able to put those methods and approaches for stakeholder integration and for understanding the needs and fears of people that would be affected by the technology that is designed in the project in the very beginning. Sadly, usually projects are not built that way. As we all know, specifically on the European level, industry relations are quite important. Funding also goes to large-scale economic actors connected with academic institutions. And usually the time frame for requirements elicitation and requirements engineering is very short in many of the projects. So the time frame of actually knowing the needs and fears of people are the first 2-3 months of the project, basically. From there on, use cases start on, people have to build stuff, have to build up the infrastructure for the project to run. So it's actually too late to take all these questions into account. And that would lead me to, well, if we want to change that and do and build, let's say, incentives for projects to be able to take these into account very early, then we need to restructure the way that projects are evaluated and the way in which the projects selected are actually taking those issues into account.
Thank you so much for this comment. You know, as a host, I have some privileges in here, and I can ask people from the auditory to answer the questions, because right now we are trying to establish a way to develop the cooperation between people from the different sectors, maybe stimulate better than, I don't know, the law or the mandatory incorporating of the social factors. Maybe we need to consider that before something is born, like a project, people have to meet. People have to go to the date, like a tech date, right, Patrycja? Can you say something about the tech dates? Dr. Patrycja Radek is an organizer. She's an organizer of the tech dates, during which people from the different areas with the different perspectives are able to meet and do something important for the society, right?
The idea was to organize some meetings about deep technologies and to match people from different perspectives and different specializations to talk about development and all these difficulties to when we think about development of deep technologies. But carefully we were focused always and carefully when we were thinking about guests. So always among the experts were also social scientists, like Professor Grzyb, for example, once a day when we were talking about communication. Also when we were talking about 5G and different kind of waves, but also about just communication, or not just, because everything just begins from the communications, and well, the final is also good or bad because of communication. So the idea was to connect people, and we will do this even more extensive in the future, because we believe that these connections from people from really far fields is really important to talk about all these elements somewhere between. We have to consider from the very beginning to start to do good technologies.
Okay, thank you so much. This is a great example of idea which brings people together, which brings together people from the different perspectives. And during such a meeting, every person has a right to explain their perspective and to show their concerns, their fears, plenty of things responsible for our hesitation to move into some direction. We've been talking a lot about data and about protecting the data. I'm pretty sure that this protecting of the data is very important in medicine, right? Do you have any idea how to encourage people to join the experiments, to join the studies, and letting them know that the data is protected?
Yeah, this is thank you for the question. This is very important, especially in medical trials. Yeah. First of all, we need to, as a scientist community, we need to build trust because we are recipient, beneficiary of the data. So, first of all, patients should be confirmed that the data are safe and we will use only in the proper ways. So, yeah, regarding, I would like to a bit refer, because I feel the connection with the previous topic. I had no occasion to give my comment. So, regarding the campaigns and collaboration with social, the social dimension to the project, what I would say as just a scientist, not medical, just scientist, I noticed that there is a big problem communicate with general public, yeah, because as a scientist we are really focused on detail, which because we work on data, we analyze statistical significance, so we want to study deeply some specific mechanisms which is sometimes important for very small recipients, I mean patients, yeah. And our discussion, I mean between, within the society community is about like a scientific debate, not like a safety, not like a benefits, because this is obvious, yeah. But when, you know, there is the reason for some fake news, there is conspiracy theory. So we need to some specialists for communication who are aware about not significant as for general public, very small detail, let's say, about safety, because this is promille, yeah? Everything is, as a scientist, I cannot say that everything is in 100% harmful, 100% safe, yeah? So we always debate about, as a scientist, about some details, yeah? So for general public, it's not so important, because when you take the drug, you can always see there are a lot of off-side effects, yeah? So there is no matter. So this is the need for constructive dialogue with general public about benefits, about safety, and do not take a small, very narrow piece of the cake, because this is source of really harmful for publicity, for general public, fake news and conspiracy theory. On the other hand, we need, because we can see, as I can see two different opposite situations. Let's say COVID vaccine, yeah? It was a lot of conspiracy theory, and as a society, we feel a lot of benefits. Of course, there are maybe some cases, but it is really hard to confirm that it is related to the vaccine. Maybe this is the cause, the reason related to the some health problems with the virus infection. Yeah, so it's really hard to confirm what is the origin. On the other hand, as I mentioned in my introduction, I work on the technology which is on very early stage, and there is no cure. So when I give some interviews to journalists, they expect from me to give them basic answer that it works, I have treatment, but no, I don't, I just, okay, clinical trials, I mentioned antibodies works, but there is still some debate it works or not, even if some of them approved, yeah? But
in general, journalist hates the response, it depends.
Yeah,
right?
but if a journalist press me, please tell that you have, some treatment, yeah? I don't overstate, because people send me letters, ask me to treat them with graphene. I have problem to receive local committee permission to treat animals, and people ask me to treat them, yeah? Yeah, so this is the problem with the communication. So some kind of campaign, maybe let's start with education. First, how to analyze data, statistical significance, and to understand what is important, what is not important, yeah? Regarding safety and effectiveness in medical points of view. And another way, as a campaign part, let scientists help understand the diagnose, what is the sensitive problem, what is the problem with perception. We can, as a scientist, deeply study to address these problems, yeah, and give the feedback to the general public how it works, specifically reply to this answer. So more or less, and regarding your, I'm not, computational specialist. I use only digital tools for my work. So as also experience with data analyzing, I would say that even for animal experimentation, we need to keep data safely. So for sure, or for animal, for a human, regarding with treatment, data are protected very, very careful. So it's safe.
Thank you so much for this statement. It's really important for all of the people, and I'm absolutely with you when you say that we need to educate people. It would be absolutely ideal world in people, in general public, would recognize such a term like statistically significant or effect size or stuff like that. But the problem is that during the pandemic, we've tried to show people how low is the risk of getting vaccine. So what we did, we showed people that in Poland, there were 60 million of vaccines administered, and only 165 reported side effects of that. So what we received, yeah. And the problem was that people were starting to ask that question, well, that's a clear signal that you did not do your work properly, that there were some kind of barriers to report the actual side effects, and so on and so forth. So this is the problem we have, right? Right, Carol?
For sure. The reason why I raised my hand and I wanted to add something to what you just discussed is I think that science communication is for sure like a big thing that both social science and design can do. But again, I think there is this important fact that we should include in this discussion. I actually oversaw a big team in a big NSF grant that was partially responsible for science communication. And I think that, interdisciplinary collaboration sounds great and all the grant givers want us to do it. But when it comes to actual execution, it's not as simple as we tend to think. And even in the way how you discuss this, there was this kind of like a bit of the thinking, okay, so I'll hire those people and I'm not involved in that. I'm still a scientist, but they will do all the hard work of explaining those like general public how things work. And I think it's actually way more complicated. And again, it shows that that communication team whoever is running it should be involved in the research process as much as communication process, just because if they're not involved, let's say maybe there is a piece of data that me as a patient, I really want to have, but for doctors it doesn't make any sense, and there is no need, and it doesn't hurt to include that particular metrics in research agenda, in the research project. And then scientists just ask, but why would you check that? And I say, just because people may be interested, even if you are not. So that shows that this collaboration needs to be very tight. And again, it's not post factum activity, but it's rather something that needs to be woven into the project from very beginning to very end.
Right now we are talking about the communication between science community and the general public, but I'm pretty sure that communicating between people from the science community could be a real challenge, right? Malvina, when you are trying to establish some kind of cooperation or collaboration between people from the different areas, isn't it challenging?
You mean within the research community with different disciplines? Right. We are working with the SSH community, so I've been working with this community for more than 10 years. And I think the issue with this community is this is a very spread out community, very diverse community, humanities, social sciences. This encompasses so many different disciplines. And for example, when you look at disciplines such as quantum physics or astroparticle physics, this is one community working with the same infrastructure, speaking with the same voice, lobbying for the same money. They're very, very well organized. When we look at SSH community, this is a very diverse community. Sometimes it's not clear to policymakers, to funders, if we want to organize opportunities for this huge community, they do not speak with one voice. You can see that, for example, humanities feel that social scientists are stealing their grants because they're better at applying for research grants. They have a longer tradition of applying for grants. So this is a very big community. I think this is an issue for this community. And I think this is something that must be considered. And I think that we need to organize opportunities for this big community to work together. I think another issue for this community is also reaching out to stakeholders. Also, it's difficult, for example, for us as a funding agency to reach out to sectoral ministries. Although we're in one country and working on the same priorities, it's difficult to communicate with different stakeholders. I think this is also something that we need to, this is a challenge for this partnership on the national level for us, also to reach out on the national level to different stakeholders. This is something that we would like to start within this partnership. So I also invite everyone here in the room from this community to work with us, because we want to this time collaborate with different stakeholders that have their stakes in the program that we're developing. So I think there is a need to co-create. I think also there is an ambition for us to maybe co-create research calls for proposals with not only academic community, because this is what we have been doing so far in the European projects. We work with academic community in developing calls for proposals, but maybe we should go beyond that and work with other stakeholders and see what their priorities are and try to co-create together. But this is a huge ambition. This is very difficult, but this is something that we want to consider.
Okay, so now it's official. It's a date, right? Our today's meeting is a date. Okay, as I told you, right now is a time for your question, at least two, at least. So you can feel free to ask as much question as you want, as many questions as you want. Okay, let's start with Max. Max Bielecki from the SWPS University.
I guess that following today's discussion, it's probably not a controversial statement to say that the situation is complex, but I'll try to do it even more difficult for you, because my question is, what is your advice in dealing with the pace of changes that we are experiencing right now? What I mean is that there is this ongoing technological revolution, and we might sit here and complain and provide some attractive intellectually afterthoughts, but what to do to anticipate the changes? Because currently, if you think about the the disruptive potential of, I don't know, large language models. 3 years ago, I don't remember discussions, I don't remember scientific community preparing itself and the society for that kind of change. Yeah, it just happened, and now we are sitting and discussing all these issues, and I know labor market disruption, and okay, in a year or two, I guess, we'll be confronted with some other change and massive change, and we'll be reflecting again, okay, how to anticipate changes instead of just providing some, comments, post factum comments. So that's my challenge for all the distinguished panelists, and for you, Tomek.
Thank you so much. It's like with those generals who are preparing for war that did happen, not for the next one, right? Anyone care for answer? Yep.
From my point of view, we are, as a scientists, invited to provide some perspectives. For journal, ask me, for example, please, do you want to share your perspective? Let's say, because as I mentioned, I work on really novel and starting field, merging. So yeah, we meet together, discuss about the future of this technology, how can be developed, how it can stream on, and try to identify obstacles. Yeah. Because this is what I mentioned at the beginning. First, we need to identify, so what we want, yeah? So we have the vision, we want to go here. Now we need to identify what kind of obstacles can we appear. And this is, from writing this kind of article, scientific is not too easy because you don't have enough data. Yeah, so you just you cannot support by existing data your vision. You can only support your expectation. You can support your identify obstacles, and this is the beginning of discussion. Yeah, if you identify the crucial obstacles, it's an open discussion in the scientific community. Maybe you are not right, yeah, but this is still discussion. It's great, yeah. People discuss about this, they criticize, someone can criticize, other just take the challenge. So more or less how it looks from my perspective.
Thank you so much. We have a hand raised by Jan Hendrik and then Michał.
Yes, maybe. Thanks a lot for that great question. Of course, a complex question deserves a complex answer, but I would only add two different ways of answering this. First of all, to be prepared, maybe not believe the stories told about tech revolutions by those who profit from tech revolutions. Specifically in the case of AI, we have lots of storytelling around innovation taken over, of the upcoming revolution coming, not really taking into account the long history. That's the second part of my answer, of those technologies that we already have. So one way of being prepared is also take into account the longer discussions that we're having and the history of those technologies. Again, the case of AI, most conceptual tools in AI are well, quite old, actually. They're not very new. Many of the conceptual innovations are 60, 50, some even 70 years old, if you think about Minsky's concepts of the neural network, for example. And we have been discussing, specifically in technological policy and history of tech, those things that are now on our table since more than 10, 15 years. So since DeepMind, Google's first push in 2014 when buying DeepMind towards brute force computation, we discussed that we have all these computational tools at hand, and once brute force computation is added to the game, then we will have profound changes. We have been discussing this for a long time, so we could have been prepared for the emergence of large language models and the like. They are basically the result of old conceptual tools plus very brute force computation. So we could have been prepared at least for some of these effects.
Thank you. And Michał?
Yeah, I think that, thank you for this question, because the question of anticipation is very important. And I think that we should carefully distinguish between anticipation and prediction. This is not the same thing. And if you want to anticipate anything, the basic questions must be addressed. What's the point of this? What kind of meanings does it bring to our lives? Can we have an influence on the ongoing process, right? So I think that the main problem is that we haven't started addressing this question about what is worth being automated and what is not being worth being automated. What process should we automate and what process we shouldn't, this or that sector and so on? Who decides what kind of criteria, right? What is the belief system which is behind, those decisions? And so maybe we shouldn't talk about, social factors, but about how to embed the technological development into larger social ecosystems, but because then we have a different perspective, right?
Okay, and Karol?
I'm probably somewhere in between design and science, but I still feel I need to defend science a bit here. And I see certain weakness in the question you ask. I think it's a great question, but also it has certain weakness. And I would say, can you prove, A, that we are unprepared, and B, that science had nothing to do with where we are currently? Because I think this is, when you ask this kind of like question, where scientists were when all this started, why didn't you tell us? I think it's kind of like implying that nothing happened since those things were discussed in 60s and 50s. And I think actually science helped us. There are things you can't get like fully prepared for, but this does not change the fact that what we are already doing is preparing us, and hopefully we will be better prepared next year and so on. So I think there is like this component that we should always remember about, that we are already doing a lot. Of course, we could do more. We could be more efficient in preparing the society and ourselves, but this does not change the fact that we already contribute a lot.
Okay, thank you so much for this remark. And we need to have a second question, dear all. Okay, we have a second question, so I will pass you a mic just to let Jan Hendrik hear the question.
Thank you very much. My name is Luigi Lai and I'm a lawyer. And I have a question from a sociological point of view and society. How can we work on the, let's say, informative bubble, in the meaning that, considering that a lot of people are, during the elections now, always less people is going to vote, how we can preserve the true core of democracy if we just take our informations from the internet, from the bubble? I spoke. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Anyone ready for answer to this very complicated question? Well, we are in our bubbles, right? It's pretty sure, and we're gonna get more and more information from the environment, from social media, from the media itself, to keep us in the bubbles. What is really bothering me is from time to time when I'm looking at my friends on Facebook, I realize that, especially during some crises like crisis in Palestine, in Israel right now, they wrote something like, if you are supporting this or that, if you are against something or something, please don't be my friend on Facebook. Remove me from your Facebook friends. And I think that it's really dangerous, because in this way we are removing the chance to meet people with other points of view. So we are running out of time, in fact. But what I really want to do is to leave you with something positive, with some positive thoughts, and even more with positive data. You know, in 2019, a very renowned specialist, for sure, did a very interesting study. He asked a number of people to list all their fears, all their worries, which may happen during the next month. So they should enumerate what I'm afraid of, and this thing may happen in the next month. Then he took the lists and wait a month and came back to these people and asked them, listen, can you mark what really happened? And the very important number is this one. 91.4 things never happened. So we are afraid mostly about things which never happen. So I would like to leave you with this number after this discussion. Thank 91.4. That's very optimistic. Thank you for all the panelists. Thank you, Jan Hendrik. Thank you, Michał. Thank you, Malwina. Thank you, Karol. Thank you for all your presence, and stay positive. We're going to do what we can to bring this world together.
Thank you all so much. Just very briefly, because before we leave, two things. We would love for you all to come together outside, gather together outside in front of the SWPS board so we can take a picture. And then I would love for the students to come back here because we would like to have a little chat with you. We're literally asking for 5 minutes of your time. It would be wonderful to stay. Just one thing I want to leave you with. So what we've been talking about, I'm one of these academics who works with the stakeholders and policymakers. Who's missing in this room? I think that's part of our problem as well. So anyway, so please outside for a picture and then students come back. Thank you all so much. Thank you all so much. Thank you, Jan. Super. Hello and welcome back after hopefully a lovely lunch. I'm really glad to see that quite a few of you returned. That's lovely. So we are continuing our discussion about the relationship. I won't be talking about the global public health priority. I know nothing about it, but there is an expert who's going to talk about it in great detail. But what is really interesting is when we look at the collaboration between the tech world or technology and the social world, if you will, our two hats, one of the hats that I wear is academic and the other one is the dreaded diversity and inclusion consultant in the with high-tech companies. And what I find absolutely fascinating when I compare what it's like to work in academia and what it's like to work with high-tech companies is that I find them far more receptive to diversity and inclusion. Call it what you will, call it human rights in business, call it corporate social responsibility, it really doesn't matter. The idea that diversity and inclusion generates new ideas, better ways of working is really important for businesses. So that is something that we always have to consider. If you produce a technological product, whatever it may be, you need to understand who's designing it and what's the purpose. And I often go into high-tech world because either to help them establish diversity and inclusion. So how do you do a diverse and inclusive team? Because just saying that you are, it doesn't mean you are. And the other side is when they've developed problems because they have not established diversity and inclusion strategy, or they established it on a really dodgy ground, in particular dodgy data. And that's something that we see a lot. And there's a fantastic book, and I have just forgotten the name of the scholar. He's an economist based in London, and he's just published a brilliant book, It May Contain Lies. And I highly, highly recommend that you read it. And in many ways, it's a call to us as social scientists to produce better data and to actually look critically at data, which really goes back to what Chris was saying, that data in many ways reflect who we are, not necessarily who we want it to be. And if you build strategies on such dodgy data, then it translates into a lot of problems. But there's also another aspect of that he talks about, and that, you know, when you look at diversity and inclusion in the corporate world, there's something like close of 80% of these initiatives don't work. They're extremely expensive, and the return on investment is abysmally small. So again, a call to us as social scientists to actually look at data critically, and let's see if we can do things better. So what works when it comes to diversity and inclusion and its implementation and then execution? And one of the things is about building human relations. And we see it time and again that when we frame diversity and inclusion as relationships between humans in an organization, institution, business, whatever, that if we respect each other, then it's much more easier for us to collaborate together. So yes, there might be a technological push, but we definitely are not going to go away from how we do those relationships and how we can make these relationships more meaningful, more respectful. Well, I'm going to shut up now because the experts that are coming have absolutely fascinating case studies to introduce and talk to you about. So first is Dr. Alexandra Borek. She's from the University of Oxford and the SWPS. And she's going to talk about the role of social sciences in technological and public health innovations, a case study of antibiotic resistance. Please give her your warm welcome.
Hello, everyone, and thank you. So I'm very glad to be here today and to speak to you about antimicrobial resistance, because as it happens, it's actually the World Antimicrobial Resistance Awareness Week that every year happens in November. So it's a perfect timing, a bit of a coincidence. So I am talking really to the converted, and antimicrobial resistance and antibiotics have been mentioned today, but nevertheless, I'll hope to illustrate how social sciences help tackle this global public health priority. So So I'm a senior researcher and a qualitative researcher with background in sociology and health psychology, and I've worked as part of multidisciplinary teams at the Nuffield Department of Primary Care at the University of Oxford. So we've worked together with clinicians, GPs, epidemiologists, statisticians, pharmacists, to all together try to develop and evaluate interventions that help optimize antibiotic prescribing. And it was a great place to work because it happened to be actually the site of a former hospital where penicillin was first used as a treatment on the real patient. And I'm now starting at the SWPS University to bringing those social behavior and public health perspectives to look at antibiotic prescribing and antibiotic use in Poland. So antibiotic resistance is a major issue, but actually we often use a broader term called antimicrobial resistance, AMR. It's a natural process, whether it's bacteria, viruses, fungi, or parasites, they all go through that process of developing resistance to treatment. And antimicrobial stewardship is another term that broadly captures a wide range of activities, interventions, or initiatives that help protect antibiotics, help prevent antimicrobial resistance. And AMR is a global public health priority. These figures are from projections in 2015 from Public Health England. They projected that AMR could cause even 10 million deaths by 2050 and would become a major cause of death globally. And unfortunately, we seem to be a bit on track to reach these terrifying projections. So a recent analysis published in The Lancet found that even estimated 5 million deaths were associated with AMR in 2019 alone, and over 1 million deaths were directly attributable to bacterial AMR. So we really need to take action now. So obviously there are terrible consequences of AMR from not only more difficult ways of treating infections, but increasingly infections are becoming resistant to multiple drugs, and that requires longer and expensive treatments, hospital stays. But also, AMR means that we may risk all advances of our current modern medicine. So any surgery, even simple dental surgeries, hip replacements, cesarean sections, and care for immunocompromised patients would become more risky without effective antibiotic treatments. And of course, we need to be looking at developing new treatments. This is important. But as a solution, it's insufficient. And this is because it takes a long time to develop new treatments, and then AMR develops quite soon after we start using new antibiotics. And it's irreversible. So we really need to go downstream and start earlier, start with preventing and slowing down the development of resistance. So when you look at main drivers of AMR, it's actually overprescribing and overusing of antibiotics in humans, animals, and farming, and all those behaviors that lead to infection prevention, control, sanitation, and hygiene. So everyone has a role to play, including social scientists. And as I said, obviously, I'm talking to the converted, but hopefully I can illustrate this in a moment. So when we take the social and behavioral perspective on AMR, we quickly see that the main drivers are actually all human behaviors. So whether we prescribe antibiotics, how we use antibiotics, how we wash hands, how we wear face masks, all sorts of examples of sets of human behaviors. And as such, they are influenced by social and behavioral drivers or determinants of those behaviors. So it may be social factors such as social cultural norms, socioeconomic deprivation that's been time and time again found in different contexts to be associated with higher prescribing, higher use of antibiotics. But there could be also individual behavior factors such as knowledge, motivation, readiness to change, or skills and capabilities. So we need those kind of behavior change interventions alongside policy, regulatory, fiscal, and technological innovations. They need to all come together. And this has been recognized for a while now, that AMR is a social problem, and therefore it requires a social solution. So social and behavior sciences have an important role to contribute because they have those established methods and a lot of tools such as behavior change and implementation theories, models, and frameworks that help us understand any human behavior, including those related to AMR. So as a behavior scientist or social scientist, we work with interdisciplinary teams, with patients and public, with end users, to first of all follow that kind of systematic process rather than starting with an intervention and then hoping it would work. So we start with identifying the target behaviors and the appropriate influences, modifiable influences, and that might involve a needs assessment. Then we develop and test interventions, and then that often involves co-design or theory-based design, patient and public involvement, stakeholder involvement, and so on. And then the process continues to evaluate interventions, often using mixed methods and process evaluations, because it's important to look not only at whether an intervention works, but also how it works and why it doesn't work. And then looking at implementation, which again is a complex set of issues and challenges. So in my research in the UK, and hopefully now in Poland, I've been looking at what influences antibiotic prescribing, specifically in primary care consultations. So we've been using empirical research methods, but also systematic reviews. And of course, there are those clinical factors, so the clinical presentation and the clinical assessment. But there is a lot of other factors that people describe that influence their decision to whether prescribe an antibiotic, and especially whether to prescribe it, even if the clinician knows it's probably not necessary or it's actually not needed. And that may be a degree of uncertainty about the illness cause or progression, but often those are social factors, so for example, perceptions of the patient and what the patient expects, or their ability to understand advice. There's an important factors around doctor-patient interaction, and clinicians often talk about as a need to maintain positive, good relationships with patients, and that's more, that trust with patients is more important than whether what they prescribe inappropriately on the one occasion. And then the patients bring also their own concerns, expectations, personal circumstances, and their own understanding of antibiotics and infections. And all of this is obviously in the context of time and resources, often constrained time and resources, and past experiences. So when we talk about we need to educate the public, or we need to educate clinicians about AMR, this is not the case. We have a lot of other influences that affect whether antibiotics are prescribed or not. And then we also have influences that are at the kind of higher level, so at the organizational level, and we time and time again hear how important it is to have a positive practice culture and the consistency among prescribers. So every doctor in the practice needs to give the patient similar message about antibiotics and take the same similar approach to antibiotics. There are medical legal factors from regulation and access to antibiotics to medical legal fears around medical legal consequences that are often higher when clinicians don't prescribe an antibiotic than when they do, even if not appropriate. There's access to health services and resources, and those societal factors such as norms and deprivation, as I mentioned. So we've been working as part of this international also, but interdisciplinary teams to look at what kind of interventions can help. And all of them have been found effective, but I believe they all need to work together. So to quickly go through them, so obviously there are clinical guidelines and algorithms, and there's an increasing role of technology in actually looking at using big data to create algorithms for whom antibiotics are most appropriate. There are communication strategies often used with patient leaflets that help reassure patients and address their expectations and concerns. There are diagnostic tests, a huge area where technology plays a major role, but social sciences contribute in an important way, because we don't want to use those tests inappropriately. We don't want to over-test patients. And obviously there are costs involved, so we need to be looking carefully at diagnostic tests, whether it's point-of-care tests or self-tests, and backup prescriptions or just-in-case prescriptions. So the context is constantly changing. So we have teleconsultations, we have various other influences. The pandemic was a huge influence on AMR and antibiotic prescribing. So we need those technological innovations to work with social sciences to adapt those interventions to the changing context. And then we have all other types of interventions, from training and resources for clinicians, using big data and epidemiological data to look at surveillance, and then social sciences are very helpful at saying, actually contributing to how we can feedback that data in an appropriate and effective way to prescribers. There are quality improvement schemes that set targets for antibiotic prescribing or reductions. A huge role that we found of antibiotic champions and opinion leaders. Those were often people in power who promote the agenda. And then last but not least, public health campaigns that are important to raise general awareness. And again, social sciences, communication, sciences are very important in promoting the right messages. So thank you, I'll probably stop at that. Okay.
Gosh, the power, well, the soft power of social science. I'm definitely a strong supporter of that. And I think as much as we move into the next phase of technological advances, I think it would be quite interesting to look how the soft power of social sciences is going to gain in its importance. Alexandra, thank you so much. It was absolutely brilliant. I'm trying to find you and I can't see you now. Oh, there you are. Okay, super. Our next speaker is Professor Karol Olejniczak from the SWPS University, and he's going to speak about how policy labs work, a Warsaw example. So give him a warm welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for the invitations and the possibility for me to share with you some examples of our daily work. With my presentation, I want to convince you that the emerging phenomenon of policy labs can actually be very useful for you as a vehicle to work with public institutions to solve big or smaller policy problems. And we will focus on food waste, but that in a moment. But basically, I want to refer to what was already said today. This is one of the new ways of plugging your research insight into the policy process when it's actually happening. So you can end up in a room when it happens with the policy designers, and that increases the chances at least to be heard and to use the evidence in a decision-making process. And how it can be done, there are two enablers with this model of policy labs. The first one is a very peculiar organizational settings, and I will explain you in a moment how those actors work and meet with each other. The second thing is the method and the merit. I will show you as well what are the specific methods. Some of them already mentioned today by the designers that are used in those policy labs. So here is our story. In terms of organizational settings, I gave you the definition, formal definition of the policy labs, but basically speaking, this is a collaborative place, usually set up by the public institutions, and they invite different actors. It could be a research department, it could be the NGOs and some stakeholders who has a stakes in a particular policy problem. So it's a problem focused. And there is a diverse scope of those policy labs. Some of them are really focusing on a very specific topics in one sector, like transportation or food, as you see in a moment. The others are rather depending on the level of government. Some policy labs at the central level of government or at the urban level. We are monitoring the urban policy labs. There are at the moment around 80 of them around the world, and they are dealing with very different things like energy and not always sectoral things. And then you also have the method orientations. There are very popular labs who are using behavioral science. Some of them are just focused on using big data opportunities to predict certain things and model certain things in the urban spaces. Most of them are using, and I'm smiling here to other Karol, design methods. So all of them are usually having a designer on board to guide the process. In terms of teams, it's a cross-disciplinary teams depending on the problem. In Warsaw case, it was a focus on food systems, and eventually Warsaw narrowed this down for the food waste. That was something that was important for them. It was on a political agenda back then. Nobody argued with the food waste. Everybody agrees that this is a problem, so that was also safe from the perspective of political tensions that we had back then in Poland. SWPS was the partner in this, and then we were bringing other food banks and other actors who are within this, interested in this topic. What is important, in our case, we have the money from the European Union. Actually, the city had the money from the European Union, and that was a multi-annual sponsoring scheme. Some of the labs are sponsored project by project basis. Some of the labs are simply the cut of the money of the annual budget of the particular public institution. In our case, it was a project, generous project from the European Union. And in case of the, we were lucky to be embedded in the bigger partnerships, of course, led by Milano. These are the experts on food in every possible way you can think of, including the deliciousness of the things served and not wasted. But we have the both city partners, but also we have the universities experts in this particular topic. So we can always reach out to other guys and learn from their experiences. So that's unpacking organizational setting. In terms of methods, I will not be going into the details what we did, but the basic things, as I try to narrow this down, these are the three things that distinguish this lab approach. The first one is what actually you've heard in the previous presentations. You focus on the particular groups and their behaviors. So you focus on agents, the agency, who has the agency in the system, or who is misbehaving and wasting the food. And then you have different subgroups. And City of Warsaw focused on the organizations and the staff of organizations who are using the food that is delivered by the food bank, and then they are cooking to the people who are homeless or people in needs. So very peculiar, narrow target group. But that was interesting one for City of Warsaw. So that's the first thing, focus on the behavior of particular group. The second thing is a little bit peculiar. We do not try to push people to do something. We are rather try to analyze what stopped them from behaving in a way that we desired. So what are the deficits and what are the barriers for the good behavior? And when you remove them, we hope that they will flow in the right direction. So that's the second thing, a lot of diagnosis going into understanding what are the blockages. And then the last thing, we really try to articulate our little theory of change. So how the things are going to happen and things will be beautiful at the end of the day. That is extremely important part because that really allows us to be on the same page with the City of Warsaw and other stakeholders to really articulate what you want from this project and how the change will happen. In terms of merit, we really focus on the first big action was helping staff of the organizations in an organization who are helping the people in need to use the donated food and maximize the use of donated food. They lose a lot of fruits, they lose a lot of veggies and bread. The main reasons for this, they are surprised by what they get. It's always a kitchen full of surprises, so they don't know what they will get from the donors. So they have to do something with hundreds of kilos of paprika one day, and the next day they have a lot of yogurts and no paprika. So you have to quickly come up with something that would be good dietary and also tasty for the people who are cooking for. And they also have the problem with unpacking and storing things. So that was the two main things. So we end up with building them designing and building a different way of storing things in the very limited spaces that they have, and also training them and doing with them the new routines of how to unpack and how to cook. And then generative AI came, and he was great in suggesting them the recipes on the fly. So that was the last part of the integrating technology to help them cooking from the surprises products. So that was the one big action. And the other one was dealing with the small restaurants in Warsaw, convince them to share prepared food surplus. The main blockage here was the fear of doing the wrong thing. and we will share the food, and then the tax office will come and claim that it's a scheme. Something's wrong with this. So better not to do something than to do something and be blamed by the central government for breaking the rules. So the main activity here was to basically combine the different law parts of complexity of Polish law, translate it into human-friendly language of the busy restaurateurs, and then train with them how to do those things and engage them. All of those things were done in a small scale, and that's the beautiful thing of this, that you experiment in a small scale, and then if it works, then you can scale it up. If it doesn't work, then you just move to the next idea, because usually you have the longer list of the ideas that you produce during the brainstorming. So that's the nice thing about this method, that you do experiment, and in public policy, you are not allowed, in public service, you are not allowed to fail and to make a mistake. Well, this method allows you to fail in a small scale and save the money on a bigger scale. So wrapping it up, our lessons learned, we have the 5 lessons learned from this experiences with 3 years experience with City of Warsaw. The first one is this lab, organizational setting of this lab really allows you to experiment and takes away the fear from public administrations to do something new. So this works really well. The second thing that really helps us was this theory of change framework. I didn't show the details. We nicely published it in one of the academic journals, so I can share it. So that was our bonus points from this story. But the practical thing was that this template really works to talk and then understand each other between the stakeholders and the practitioners and the researchers. The third thing that really helps us, and it was already here today, this message as well, you really need to see your users, how they interact. Usually, the biggest problems and the pain that they have, they are not even realizing that they have them. So the things that really blocks them, they're invisible for them. So you really need to do the ethnographic studies, you really need to qualitative observations, and just process studies. What they said in the surveys, it was not in the real life. So really, that was my big lesson, how ethnography is important in a research, in understanding your users. And the last thing, that's maybe a little bit pessimistic, but we planned those things and it took us twice as much time, every little step, twice as much time as we initially planned, which is of course the planning failure from our perspective. But I think it's a part to recognize the reality that it's a highly interactive process, and it's also highly interactive. The more stakeholders the city will invite, the more messy it will be. Fruitful and interesting, but a very challenging process. So you have to take that into account as well. Thank you very much for the attention.
This was brilliant. Thank you so much. I mean, you can definitely see that somebody worked with local stakeholders when the theory of change actually appears on the screen. So that's fantastic. We're moving along, and our next speaker is Ewa Czasowa. I hope I said it right. She's the founder of AI Detem from Czech Republic, and she's going to speak about comprehensive approach to education in the age of AI. So please give her your warm welcome.
Do I use the clicker or? So, good afternoon, everyone. I have bring my assistant with me, so we will be talking both. As you were saying, my name is Ewa Czasowa. I'm from Czech Republic, and I'm the co-founder of non-profit initiative AI for Children. And we are mainly focusing on technology education with a strong emphasis on AI, the artificial intelligence. Our organization, AI for Children, was founded in March 2022, so it was before ChatGPT, a year before that. And we are the leading force in AI education in Czech Republic. And our mission is to help educators, teachers, trainers, leaders of schools, and also through them to children, to navigate through this rapidly changing technology-driven world. And we emphasize critical thinking, creativity, and social responsibility. Oh, I maybe want to show you a short clip. Maybe you have seen it, maybe you have not.
I am not Morgan Freeman, and what you see is not real. Well, at least in contemporary terms, it is not. What if I were to tell you that I am not even a human being? Would you believe me? What is your perception of reality? Is it the ability to capture, process, and make sense of the information our senses receive? If you can see, hear, taste, or smell something, does that make it real? Or is it simply the ability to feel? I would like to welcome you to the era of synthetic reality. Now, what do you see?
Do you know that short movie clip? Have you seen that? Oh. It's an example of a deep fake. It's an AI-generated fake video, and that looks like real, but it's not. And this brings me to the concept of synthetic reality. So I will ask my assistant to explain what synthetic reality is, because I'm sure that he's going to do a lot better than me. Tiny, can you hear me? Super. Can we communicate in English, please?
Of course. We can switch to English. What would you like to talk about?
Well, I want you to explain to the audience what synthetic reality is, but very briefly, please.
Sure. Synthetic reality is an online environment where it's hard to tell what's real from what's artificially created. It involves using machine-generated content, like deepfakes or altered images, making it challenging to distinguish between what's authentic and what's not. This shift in the online space can impact how we perceive information and interact with digital content.
Thank you.
You're welcome. If you have any more questions or need further clarification, just let me know.
Sure. So we are entering a time when we can no longer distinguish what is real or what is fake. And that's we call the synthetic reality. It's the transformation of online at all. So this is a significant challenge for our society, particularly in the terms of misinformation and trust. But the problem is that the recent study, and I haven't found the data for European Union, but the recent study shows that 59% of Czechs never heard a term deepfake. So that's kind of the problem, right? So the lack of awareness is concerning, given the potential of the impact of synthetic media on our daily lives. So we, in AI for Children initiative, we believe that the key solution is education. So we believe that teachers need to receive the kind of education that not only teaches knowledge and skills, but also nurtures the critical thinking, creativity, of course, and social responsibility. So what we do to help? We give educators a comprehensive guidance. We call it the Artificial Intelligence Curriculum for Primary and Secondary Schools. We are finalizing that curriculum. It's gonna be done, finished at the end of this year. And it's almost 50 methodologies, lesson plans that helps teachers to take AI topic into the lesson. So I will show you, this is the part of the curricula. These are lesson plans for computer science and for first grades. We have these robots, we call them inchecks, maybe you will understand, we call them U and P. So that means like who and ray, hooray, like I don't know how to say hooray in Poland, so hurrah, oh you say hurrah, we say UP, okay. So and these robots, they are like funny creatures and they always mix things up, so and we are trying to, and these are like stories for children, and we're trying to teach them about how machines perceive or sense, or how do we, like people, what is AR and what is not, what is algorithm and machine learning, what's the difference between those approaches, about big data and cloud, and how the machine learns from experiences or from and other types of machine learning, so and bias and stuff like that. These are computer science for lessons of computer science for second grades and secondary school. We have also some project methodologies, like we have, for example, a methodology for hackathon. It's for 4 hours and gathering kids and leaders of the school and teachers together. So they develop a technological solution for some problems in the school. So they use so they create the AI assistant in ChatGPT. We also have all those methodologies for every subject we have in school. For example, foreign language, Czech language, physics, chemistry, geography, mathematics, and all that things. And we also have we also have 9 lessons for media literacy, and this is like, I guess, the flagship of the AI curricula, because there are really important topics like recommender systems on social media and other things like that. So what we do to help? Sorry, I hate to speak in English. Yes, we train teachers across our country, and we want to extend our service to Slovakia. And also, I wanted to say that we are translating the curriculum next year to the English, and we want to extend that to everywhere where it could be. What? Sorry.
I'm enthusiastic.
Okay. Okay, sure, thanks. So if you are interested in our AI curricula, we just reach me out, because it's completely free for everyone, and we can cooperate together. So what we also do, that we train teachers across our country, and we want to extend our services also to Slovakia. And what we hear every day, that these are like concerns that from teachers and school leaders, that children might end up with cheating and losing critical skills. That's the main concerns about generative AI in schools. But we are trying to tell them that there are efficient strategies and methods that can to harness generative AI in schools in a positive way. So we have already trained over 12,000 educators and school leaders in almost 50 educational events, so helping them to understand and integrate AI into teaching effectively. Yeah. And also, we often go to schools and watch. It is the way for us to identify and understand key issues in school. And here are the main issues. Teaching is not efficient at all, because teachers don't have data on what students take away from the lesson. And also teachers are overwhelmed. I don't know if it's the same in Poland, but I think it's everywhere. And they are overwhelmed with preparation and assessment. And students don't get personalized feedback. So our response for that is Tiny. Tiny is an app. It's a technical solution that aims to address these challenges at school. So I will ask my assistant to tell you what Tiny is. Hey, can you tell people what Tiny is and how it works, the app?
Certainly. Tiny is an AI-powered teaching app designed to help educators personalize learning and streamline their lesson planning. It provides feedback to students and functions as a personal tutor. Tiny uses large language model assistants to make teaching more effective, addressing challenges like large class sizes and a shortage of qualified IT teachers. The app is currently being piloted with positive feedback and aims to be a global resource, offering free educational materials and source codes.
Okay, he made it up. There's no positive feedback because we don't even have MVP, but I hope that there's gonna be a positive feedback in next 2 years, because we are going to finish that app in 2 years. We get funded from Google and we are developing it for a year. But it's very hard to develop an app like that because you see it has limits. So looking ahead, our goal is a systemic change in education, because every piece of work because every piece of work we do, from AI curricula, teaching teachers, training trainers, developing AI tools, is a part of our larger vision for transforming the way we educate. So I can stop like that. Okay, so thank you very much.
Well, I don't know how about you, but I am just so inspired by this entire session and what we did in the morning. Gosh, so much. I must say that for me, working in domestic violence, we deal a lot with deepfakes, and it's a really disturbing world. We need more social scientists who want to work in really disturbing areas of policy and how to address them. But before we move there, it's my great pleasure to introduce to you Dr. Max Bielicki from the SWPS University, and he's going to talk to you about Pliszka, human-centric design for smart homes, the role of psychological science in green energy adoption. So please give him your warm welcome.
Hello everyone, I hope you can hear me clearly. Thank you for a wonderful introduction, and I'm really glad to be here to tell you why we have to save the world and why saving the world isn't always as easy as we'd like it to be, but also what is the contribution of psychological science into that process. I guess that this example has been used so many times today that I'll just talk about it very briefly. Also, I have some ethical concerns related to the use of global pandemic as a learning experience, but among other terrible aspects, yes, indeed, it was a learning experience, and one of the things we've learned during the process was that we are impressively efficient in creating new technological solutions, but we have real problems with adoption, right? And one could say that sometimes, even nowadays, as we've discussed it already, we have politics and politicians that somehow trump reasonable policies, no pun intended, of course. So we've already learned, right, that technology will not save us, or technology alone will not save us. And among other critical challenges, there is, of course, the major one related to global warming. I'm not trying to scare you. certainly, I know David Attenborough is much more effective in that respect, or IPCC and other international institutions. I'll try to talk a little bit about our humble contribution as psychologists in the process, right? Because if we want to change, in a way one could say that we are in this comfortable position as psychologists. Whatever you want to change on that planet, somewhere in the process you want to change human behavior as well. So we have something to bring to the table. We have at least potential to contribute, right? And some people could claim that there is actually no need, at least here in Poland, when it comes to the green energy revolution, to change anything, because we have already, right now, I guess, probably we're approaching 1.5 million of PV micro installations. So one could say that the revolution has been successful, right? The thing is happening already. And it is a massive social phenomenon. And it is wonderful. And there are countless so happy families that are benefiting from that revolution. And while talking about changing human behavior, I also don't want to claim that the proper way to tackle that kind of crisis is to make the responsibility 100% private, to somehow privatize the problem. Of course, we have government that is responsible, we have many institutional players, but also we do have the problem of Mr. Smith or Mr. Bielecki behaving one way or the other. And in our research that we conducted while developing the project that we called Pliszka, and then when we were founding the company itself, we conducted many qualitative studies. We looked at behaviors of PV photovoltaic installation owners. We talked to them, and we looked carefully at the way in which they use their, heating systems and stuff like that. We talked about and we studied the way in which they make up their minds when it comes to, buying new equipment or buying electric cars. We talked to them about the bills, the energy bills they cannot understand. More about that in a second. So it's a very complex environment when it comes to dealing with your own house energy system. And of course, there are countless papers that are attacking you because you're embedded or you're drowned by all the papers and all the regulations. So when it comes to the renewable energy sources, or that's actually the Polish abbreviation for that, when we talk to the installation owners, it turned out that 30% of them use no app whatsoever to deal with that problem. 90% of them had that feeling that they're not in control, actually, when it comes to the energy spendings and economic aspect of how that process. Also, 60% of them declared that they do not trust their energy suppliers. So we are talking about the situation where an important, at least from an economic perspective, important part of your life is completely, or at least to a large extent, out of your cognitive control. And also, and that was this business opportunity and social change opportunity that we identified, there were no personalized solutions in that segment of the market. So that's the place where we decided, we identified it as a challenge, as an opportunity. So that's where Pliszka emerges. So Pliszka is like a different way of writing a Polish noun, Pliszka, which is a wagtail, this cute little bird, and we thought that it's a nice symbol for a solution that is both green and friendly, etc. So I want to present you now with this outline of the system and the app we've created. And that would be the optimistic part of the story. At the very end of today's presentation, I'll show you the more difficult part of the story, because I guess that you've heard so many stories about success so far that you do deserve a nice, inspiring story about maybe not a failure, but about some difficulties. So I'll share also the difficult details of that. But what is the idea? The idea is that when compared with other solutions, really users deserve a decent user experience when it comes to these solutions. Most of the apps created for PV owners are simply ugly. Really, it is a real issue. The second problem is that they are not properly personalized, so they don't take into account the beauty of individual differences when it comes to our personalities, everyday habits, the specifics of households that we live in, etc. And the third important aspect, of course, that we have to take into account in this circumstances is scalability of the solutions. It's wonderful if we can provide tailored interventions or products, but it's not that great if you have to provide that for thousands of people. So only if you can link all these aspects, you can propose effective solutions. So just a few more details about that personalization aspect. So what we did is that we built certain tools that allow for microsegmentations of our users depending on their personality traits, their values, but also many variables related to the configuration of all the electric appliances they're using, and also their lifestyle and family context, etc. And we also included some other aspects that allowed us to really provide them with just-in-time communication, and also a very important aspect of transparency. I'll talk more about that in a second. So Pliszka offers a set of mechanisms which are beneficial not only for the individual user, but also, and that's the important part from the business perspective, it provides many benefits to the energy distributors that might be interested in actually sponsoring that kind of solution. So what actually Pliszka might do, of course it allows you to monitor your energy use and spendings, but it also has this inbuilt functionalities that allow you to basically drive demand response management, which is a crucial thing when it comes to dealing with energy crisis, right? So the first thing is to provide energy, but the second important aspect is to flatten the use curves and to really manage the current needs in a way that will be less detrimental for the stability of the network. Also, and that's the important aspect, Pliszka really explains how the energy system in your home works, and that was a fascinating aspect, and I'm not sure whether or not we have enough time for that, so just one short story. As part of the qualitative studies, so many of you mentioned the importance of looking at your users and understanding your users. So in one of the qualitative studies, we discovered by studying online forums of PV owners, we discovered that people don't understand even the most basic aspects of these energy systems functioning, and one of the most important and funny even examples was the discussion we discovered. One of the users had that idea that maybe it could be feasible to gain some money by using at night your own car and to direct the headlights of the car on your own roof, because that, sort of perpetuum mobile, right? There is a source of light and there is your PV installation. It could really work, couldn't it? So you're confronted with ideas, or one more user that was somehow disappointed that after buying the installation, that after producing that much energy in summer, she couldn't use that energy in winter, like, having these preserves in the cellar somewhere. So that gives you the intuition that even the simplest aspects of that story aren't that understandable. So we've created sort of onboarding procedure that explain our users how the installation works, and that it gives you this opportunity to celebrate even the first kilowatts that you've created on your own roof, etc., so that they start to understand what's going on there. We also created a personalized system of notifications that allow you to tap and to benefit from various motivations, starting from, environmentally driven subjects, and also tapping to more, money-driven motivations. Also certain mechanisms that motivate people to change their appliances, etc., that would give our users opportunity to upgrade their household in a reasonable way. in a rational way. So that was the idea, and here you can see a brief history of our solution. So basically, it started as an idea, then we found a business partner, and within an incubator, we created the first version of the app. We carefully tested it. We conducted qualitative studies with the user. We tested both mock-ups and then final front-end design. We started the implementation. Everything was running so smoothly, and then our business partner suffered some, to describe it mildly, liquidity problems. And basically, I could say that Pliszka is a newly divorced idea, because we are an idea and quite advanced in certain aspects, research project without a business partner. So if you're willing to date Pliszka, do not hesitate to contact me, really, because I think that, there are these 1.4 million households waiting for it, even just here in Poland. So yeah, there are certain business gains just around the corner, maybe. I don't want to, it's probably, it's already too long, so I'll just want to briefly thank the people who are involved in the development of Pliszka at the beginning of the project. That is Magda Kaczmarek and Piotr Rycielski from our university, and also Iwona Gawrycka, she's head of our Technology Transfer Center at the university, and she motivated me throughout the process to not to lose hope. And also I want to thank Patrycja, who invited me here today. I wouldn't be presenting that project without you, and thank you for organizing that wonderful, wonderful event. And thank you for your time and for your precious attention, which is, indeed a precious resource, as we've discussed it many times today already. Thank you so much.
Gosh, another very interesting presentation. Thank you so much. Well, I must say, is it the first academic conference where the academics actually stick to the time given? I think it should be written somewhere. That is brilliant. Right, our last speaker is Anna Jakubowska-Warchoł. She works for Warsaw Trams and also obviously the WPS University, and she's going to talk about using eye tracking to enhance the efficiency and safety of tram drivers, designing visual attention training. Please give her your warm welcome.
Yes, hello. My name is Anna Warchoł-Jakubowska, and I represent SWPS University and also Warsaw Trams, where I work as a head of psychological support department. So I represent two different points of view in one person. And today I will present project with this collaborative project between Warsaw Trams and Eye Tracking Research Center, under wonderful scientific supervision of Professor Izabela Krejc and Professor Krzysztof Krejc, who is today with us. The main goal of our research is to find differences in attention distribution of novice and expert tram drivers. And the main goal of the whole project is to prepare training for novice tram drivers based on scan paths of expert tram drivers. And how did it start? I've been working for Warsaw Trams for over 6 years, and I observed how difficult it is for newcomers to manage difficult, demanding initial training with their personal life, how difficult it is to learn the roads. There are 132 kilometers of tracks in Warsaw. How challenging is to operate the onboard equipment. We've got few different model of trams in Warsaw as well. And to manage the stress at the beginning of the tram driver career. Before starting work, tram driver candidates undergo 3 months initial training. This training consists of 150 hours of theoretical classes, 80 hours of practical instruction, and also few hours on tram simulator. The aim of this project was to increase the effectiveness of this training. And because I also closely cooperate with tram driving instructors, another goal was to assist driving instructors by providing them with additional training tools, modern tools, effectiveness of which will be confirmed by scientific research. Previous studies indicate that novice and expert drivers differ in their visual scan paths. Yes, novice and expert drivers differ. As we remember ourselves as a novice drivers, we were concentrated more on the windshield and dashboard area. So the scan paths of novice drivers are rather vertical. On the other hand, expert drivers control the surroundings. So the scan paths are rather horizontal. You can see that eye tracking data provide information on critical moments for driving safety. So both driving experience and the visual attention are key predictors of the accident rates. That's why we planned our eye tracking studies that could contribute road accident prevention. Speaking about accidents, approximately 30% of all tram accidents in Warsaw are caused by drivers with less than 5 years of experience. Accidents of tram-to-tram type, when one tram hits another, are considered as the most dangerous. And accidents of that type are caused by novice drivers in approximately 35% of cases. The main causes of this type of accidents are primarily lack of attention, failing to notice an obstacle or noticing it too late. That's why training the visual attention of novices is so important. In our research project, we conducted 2 comparative eye tracking studies, both in Warsaw trams in our training center, both involving novice and expert tram drivers. Novices had less than 1 year of experience, usually few weeks, few months. Experts had more than 5 years of experience in accident-free tram driving. There were also tram driving instructors in that group. In first study, we engaged 47. In second study, 57 tram drivers. That means that we involved over 100 of tram drivers to this project. In first study, participants were watching pre-recorded tram ride from the first-person perspective, and their eye movements were captured with Gaze Point 3 HD stationary eye tracker. We compared both groups in terms of their attention allocation into several areas of interest. As you can see in the picture on the left, few connected with windshields, with control panels and rear view mirrors. In study number 2, tram drivers, again novices and experts, carried out a 12-minute tram simulator ride according to a pre-programmed route, reaching various road events such as tram stop operations, track intrusions, and turns. We used tram simulator for that purpose. It was PESA 180 NA tram model, and the infrastructure of Warsaw. This time we captured eye movements with pupil invisible mobile eye tracker. And thanks to the knowledge from these studies, we've got information about differences in attention distribution and attention dynamic of novice and expert tram drivers. For example, novices concentrate more on the middle part of control panel. If you ask why, the answer is simple. The speedometer is located there. Also, experts were able to maintain focused attention for longer time than novices. Novices forgot to look to the right mirror during initial phase of taking turns, for example. So thanks to this knowledge and thanks to experiences from other industries, we designed few different training programs for novice tram drivers, and we considered 3 levels of using modern technologies for the training purpose. The first idea, it's training based on experts' scan paths. This training idea is inspired by a similar study conducted with a novice military pilot in New York in 2017, with recordings of simulator rides performed by experts enriched with their scan paths overlaid on these rides. This training will involve displaying videos with experts' gaze path recordings, and these videos will be supplemented with commentary recorded earlier by a driving instructor, who would additionally direct the novices' attention to safety critical areas. The second idea will involve a tram simulator and augmented reality glasses, such as HoloLens. Many safety critical areas are overlooked by novice drivers, such as omitting to look at the right mirror while turning, as demonstrated in our study. Using augmented reality, novices would receive guidance on where to focus their attention, for example, by highlighting selected area, displaying additional arrows, or playing an audio signal from right or left side. Instructor can manually activate these signals, and what more, additionally, instructor will monitor real-time gaze paths of novices thanks to trackers implemented into augmented reality glasses. And my favorite one, the last training idea, will use virtual reality. VR headset is a natural choice for the training tool through which novices can experience complete immersion. Using a 3D camera, rides performed by an expert, here you can see our expert, our driving instructor, with a real tram. These videos were recorded. These records reflect the real head and eye movements of the expert. During training, the novice will wear a VR headset and watch recorded videos, enhanced with instructor commentary. This way, novices can navigate the most challenging intersection of tracks in Warsaw in a safe virtual world. This navigation is interactive because depending on novice's decision, different scenarios are being played. If you would like to read more about our project, you can follow this QR code. And at the end, I just wish you a safe journey by tram, especially when you are in Warsaw. Thank you.
Right, that pretty much concludes today's session. Thank you all so much. You've been absolutely brilliant and phenomenal. And I think another thing when it comes to an academic conference, there was nobody who raised their hand and said it's not so much of a question as a comment. So again, that's something to be really proud of. Right, to close, I would like to welcome Professor Aleksandra Cisłak-Wójcik again. And please say a big thank you for her leadership and supporting us in this endeavor. Thank you so much.
Thank
you very much for your attendance. I really do hope that this was an interesting day for you and that you sort of were immersed into our perspective on social innovations and how social sciences and humanities should be embedded within technological innovations and innovation process from the very start. We truly do believe that social sciences, humanities, and the art perspective can add to the innovation processes and make the technological innovations more useful and more beneficial thanks to getting this perspective and embedding it into the innovation process. We are very open to discuss with you more, so if you wanted to contact us later on, we'll be happy to engage in the discussion with you, especially with NCN. We're always open to discuss that. At the end of the day, I wanted to give my big thank you to Dr. Patrycja Radek, who was the good spirit behind all that and behind all your experience, who worked really hard for a year and a half to make this happen for you. And I wanted you to, and us all, to give her a big thank you.
Right, I promise this is the last time you hear me today, for now. Okay, so we're finished here for today. However, the closing ceremony is going to happen at the small hall, which is at the front of the registration desk. So you're warmly welcome to go there, and I would really encourage you to have a gander. Thank you all so much. You've been incredible. Thank you.